Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down.
Yo, what it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as y'all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Big welcomes, guys. Welcome those of you guys tuning in. Good to see you guys. I had big intentions last night on opening up the phone lines, but I fell asleep. I fell asleep for like 8 minutes. Then I woke up and I tried to continue like nothing ever happened last night. Man, I was tired. I was exhausted. I'm tired today. I was driving like home earlier. I was swerving and I was tired. I'm still beat. I think after tonight, I'll probably be taking a break from the late night streams. I'll probably be streaming more so during the day. I think I'm going to switch it up starting tomorrow, just to get more active back during the day. Been missing a lot of people because I've been streaming so late. So we gotta switch it back. You know, we got to go back to the earlier times in the days. I got off to a decent start tonight, though. Anyways, I don't even want to waste no time here because I want to, make sure we have enough time to open up the phone lines. I don't know how long I'll be on tonight. However, guys, I've been covering Nolan Wells. Also, we've been continuing to cover Nancy as well. unfortunately, there really hasn't been much updates on Nancy, but still looking every day. I'm waking up. I'm still looking for information on Nancy, but still nothing as of today. I mean, what's today? I think today makes 173 days since Nancy's gone missing. But we're here to talk about Nolan Wells today. And as you guys know, there's been some new trending information, and that's revolving around the autopsy. It looks like they held a full press conference. Is actually, I think it's a WLOX News was the one who shared that with us all today. And Ben Crump was the one who went through some of the results based on this autopsy. If you guys don't know, Nolan Wells went missing on July 4th. He went out to Horn Island with a group of friends. There's been a lot of controversy. There's been a lot of, mixed information put out there pertaining to Nolan Wells, unfortunately. But I think today we'll kind of be able to clear a lot of that air today, because we watched the video just yesterday, and that was with Tatum. Tatum interviewed one of a good friend of Nolan's. Not only that, I trust Tatum. I think he's a good guy. I think he's he's got a trustworthy platform that he's built amongst himself. It kind of sucks because we had to wait till today because there was a part 1 and today's part 2. But I'm glad he did that because the part 2, they went out to the actual island. So that's going to be interesting to share and talk about tonight. And I think the fact that he's, talked to this guy, gave him the opportunity to voice his thoughts and clear the air a lot is going to make a lot of people look pretty stupid. That's because there's been a lot of people, stating a lot of lies, and that's unfortunate, man. I mean, Nolan deserves more respect than that. People shouldn't be putting lies out there about him that aren't true. From what I'm even hearing, he wasn't even, these guys that we've been looking at this entire time may have not even been on the boat with Nolan, at least some of the people that are brought up. And I'm not sure, so don't quote me on it. I'm not too sure if some of these guys that we've been looking at were actually on the same boat as him. But we're going to hear a lot of details here tonight, of course, with the friend of Nolan. I don't know if his name's been put out there publicly. I don't see that at all, but I'm sure it is somewhere. And shouts to Tatum, by the way. I mean, I'm actually glad he did that. Because no one else is reaching out and giving these guys an opportunity. And he made a very good point the other day when he mentioned the fact that, Al Sharpton, nor did Crump, the lawyer of Nolan, give this guy an opportunity to not only talk, but they didn't even reach out to this guy to even dig up any information. And you would think, for somebody like Crump, who's a lawyer, would be reaching out to people to try to dig up any little information. But a lot of people are leading in the direction of this being a money grab rather than it being, a real push for answers in regards to, the closure and justice for Nolan. There was some, it was a very great funeral that they had for Nolan, which was on the 20th. It was just this Monday, just a few days ago. Real good service they had. However, I didn't like a few things that we pointed out yesterday. One would be the fact that they were kind of promoting, some of the people that were not so much the donations, but Sharpton had said he was going to, give $25,000 to whoever has any information to, as far as anybody who has information in regards to Nolan. And then he turned around and he said, Tyler Perry just gave me a call and he said he's going to match that. And I love the energy. I love the fact that, there's so much help and support for not only Nolan, but his family. I just didn't like the way they were promoting it, I guess. It just didn't sit with me very well. And another thing, we're going to watch the autopsy report that Ben Crump made today. And I'm starting to think that Crump should have let somebody else speak and share the information revolving around all the information based on the autopsy, because he seemed like not only was he stumbling and fumbling on his words, but he seemed a bit confused as of, he didn't really know much about of what he was talking about. You'll see him kind of reread things, and then he's, I don't know. It just, you got to see it for yourself. But I mean, you could just tell. I mean, he did not go over this information before he, shared it with the world. And I think he should have did that, because the parents just deserve someone who can really break things down. Because from what I'm hearing, there's rumors that some of these people didn't even say some of this stuff to Benjamin that he's stating. So we got to watch that. We got to watch that. So I was looking at the island the other day, and I was wondering, guys, with the island, some of the stuff. You know what? Hold on real quick, because we had a super chat. Let me think. Lisa, much love, Lisa. I appreciate the $50 super chat, by the way. She says, you're so appreciated. Wish you nothing but the best, and your lady and children. God bless always. Much, much love. God bless you as well, Lisa. I appreciate that a lot. Much love to you and yours as well. Wow. Way to start it off. So we were looking at the island yesterday, guys, and I was wondering whether or not once these boats approach the island, is it kind of like a beach approach, where you can just kind of walk up once you get to a certain part with the boat? And I'm starting to notice, and especially after watching the friend that was interviewed by Tatum, that some of these places surrounding the island, they drop off. Like, literally, if you fall in the water, you could be going to, some of these, well, as long as you're not a swim, you're not going anywhere. But some of the, and mind you, they're in the middle of the ocean. Some of these places drop off very deep. And I couldn't tell you how much feet, but one of the interesting things that the friend of Nolan's explained was not even half a mile from, where they leave to go out to this island, it almost immediately drops off 17 to 20 feet. So I can't imagine how deep it is, once they get out on this actual island. And if you notice, you can see certain dark looking, like shallow looking areas where it kind of looks like it just drops off. It doesn't look like there's any sand there that you can just pull up next to and then walk onto the actual island. And, one of the things he pointed out too was in the area that they were at, it dropped off in that area. So let's just say there was an altercation with Nolan that took place at the specific part that he's pointing out that they may have been, and he got pushed into the water after being knocked out. Then, that kind of explains, how he got in the water, I guess, and, why he wouldn't have, just been able to, get pulled out. He would have just fell and sunk right down to the bottom. And it almost seems like that's kind of what happened. I don't know if a fight took place on the boat or not, but it seems like that. I want to assume that the fight took place on this island, just because they found his body, near shore, surrounding this actual island here. So, I don't know. I can't call it. But we got to play this video to start this off before we get into any details with the autopsy, because we watched the part 1 yesterday, and here's part 2. We gotta see part 2 here. Shouts to this friend of Nolan's. This is how it should be. For those of you guys that have been watching me cover Nancy's case, this is how it should be. People should be reaching out, trying to help out their friends, trying to clear the air, making sure that there's no false narratives that continue to expand amongst us all, because then we're all confused, and then we're taking other people's theories and kind of running with them, or it's just mixing us all up, because some people's theories seem so strong, although they're not logical. They don't turn out to be logical. But people's theories sound so good, they sound real. So man, I think this is how it should be. I guess every case is different. But I mean, I just love the way people are speaking out, especially for the ones that seem to be close to Nolan.
Some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on.
If I'm sitting waist deep in water and all my friends are, everybody's leaving their phone on a boat. I open the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girl is a witness to that too.
Yeah. All right, we're in Mississippi right now. We're getting ready to recount the exact path that the boys took, also with Nolan Wells, from where they docked the boat at, all the way out to Horn Island and back. The boys are gonna explain to me exactly what went on, how many people were there, how many boats were taken out, which I think the world is gonna be completely dumbfounded when they realize what the truth really is, because the lies have been pervasive. So we're right here where Nolan left on the boat, and you'll find out how many people were there, how many boats, and then we're gonna take that same path out. I'm gonna go look at Horn Island and see exactly where they could have been to get a perspective that the media don't even care to try to do. And then we're gonna take the trek back, and we're gonna find out exactly what happened to Nolan. This is the reason why I'm here, man. I want you guys to have a voice. I want you guys to be able to speak out and show what the truth really is, and then let the world decide. I just don't want you guys to end up in a situation where your story never gets heard. Right here is where Nolan and probably 20 other kids got on the boat. So it's not just Nolan and 3 other kids. That was a lie, that was a myth. I'm gonna prove that. Right here is where the kids were docking, and we're gonna show you a video that coincided. I'm gonna walk at the exact angle that the video is being broadcast from, so you know that I'm exactly where I say I am. But the boys were here. Tons of people you'll see on the video is getting onto the boat, and they took 3 boats out. It wasn't just one, it wasn't just Nolan and 4 boys. It was a multitude of people on several different boats, and some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on. But let me show you from the vantage point where I have the video to prove that I'm here where I say I am. And so right now, here's the angle that you're gonna see on the footage. It's just from probably that boat to, you know, maybe about 30, 40 feet here to the right. And this is where the video is showing how many people were actually out there, actually getting on the boats. So therefore it debunks very clearly that it was only Nolan and 4 boys going out here to Horn Island.
Man, these guys are brave.
Sorry about the sunglasses.
I would not go out there.
I never wear sunglasses, but we're at Horn Island, and almost the exact same position where the boys were, where Nolan was. So if you look out right here, just so you guys can get a perspective, you have the Horn Island here. But I want you guys to put this in your mind, what this was like on that day. You have boats 2, 3, 4 deep, from way down there where you can see all the way through here. You have thousands of people on this island, probably 2,000 people. So this wasn't some abandoned, secluded island where nobody's at. Obviously this is a Monday.
So just real quick, guys, I kind of left this part out when I was kind of giving a rundown of the situation. So Nolan he's 18. I just wanted to make, to put that out there. He's 18 years old. And the friends returned without him. They claimed that he stayed behind after he met the girl that he supposedly stayed on this island with. And then his body was found on this specific island here, roughly about 2 days later. Okay, and we'll dive into more details as we go on here.
And there's a few people on the backside of the island, not a lot of people here. But on 4th of July, this is a celebration. And so this wasn't a small place where 4 boys took their black friend and dropped him off and never seen him again. This place was flooded with people. Tons of people, multiple boats, multiple friend groups. I mean, everybody's here having a good time. And then the boat gets towed out because it was getting ready to sink. And so, and for what I was told, they told Nolan, get on the boat, man, get on the boat, get on the freaking boat. And he decided, because he's an adult, that he was gonna stay behind. And all the boys that they've been accusing, and they saying it had something to do with his death, they were all gone at 4:30. They were all gone. And they told Nolan to get on the boat, he didn't. And then there was a report of somebody seeing Nolan around 6:30-ish. And so for them to come out and claim these lies, won't take the time to come to Horn Island, won't take the trip out here to figure out what happened, won't talk to anybody, pushing an agenda is wrong. And that's the reason why I came out here. I wanted to see for myself, what did this look like? What could have happened? You know, does the stories line up based on what I've seen and what I've heard from people that live here that were involved in this situation? This is where the lie started. People were putting out on social media, knowing that they're lying, that this is what it was like on a day that Nolan and his friends came out here to Horn Island. And if it was 4 or 5 people and they came out here and Nolan was with them and maybe it was a few people out here like it is today and Nolan came up missing, then maybe it would be suspicious. But they didn't take the time to give context to the people because they're evil and they're liars. So if it was like that right now, when the situation happened, I can see how people had a concern. But you got to replay this moment with thousands of people here. If anything would have happened directly involving Nolan and his friends, you can't tell me that thousands of people wouldn't have seen anything happen. And so that's pretty much why I wanted to come here and show you guys. This is what they want you to believe it was like on that day, which is a lie. They want you to believe they came to a secluded island, just 4 of them, and then Nolan is left behind, and then his body's washed up on shore, and nobody knows what happened. Nobody could have seen what happened but the boys. It's a flat out lie. Is there anything that you want to say, you want people to know about this whole experience?
Yeah, I mean, from someone, if someone's not from here, it's kind of hard to understand, you know, where the island drops off and how the island works. But, you know, there's plenty of people out here, especially on the 4th of July, you know, this is where people come out to celebrate. And I mean, if you film the water, you can see right here, Brandon, where it drops off. I mean, you can see literally where it drops off. So, I mean, it goes from about waist deep water right there to neck deep. And then it drops from neck deep all the way to like 17, 20 foot. I mean, we weren't even a quarter mile out the island and when we were leaving, and I mean, it was 30 foot of water. Yeah. But I mean, if we're walking towards the east right now, but if you walk down to the west, that's where the west tip of the island is, and that's where the current picks up very, very bad.
People talk about the phone situation. I want to, because the way you articulate it, I just walked in the water with my pants, they're wet, and you can tell right away that if you're hanging out in the water, it doesn't appear, in my opinion, that you would have your phone on you. Is that typical for people to have their phones, or?
No, I mean, people come out here, especially on the 4th and, you know, Memorial Day, like, you know, days like that, they come out here to celebrate, and people get on the water to be off their phones, first off. Second off, if I'm sitting waist deep in water, and all my friends are, everybody's leaving their phone on a boat, in a lake, you know, if you're sitting on a pond, and no one's getting out of the water with their phone in their hand, unless, you know, it's to take a quick picture. But most of the pictures taken on the 4th of July were on the boat. Yeah. I mean, and, you know, saltwater, if you drop your phone in saltwater, most of the time you're not going to get it back. Yeah. I mean, you know, especially the water's murky right now because there's been a lot of rain. You can't see, the visibility isn't good. The water isn't clear like it was last year around this time. And, you know, like, no one has their phone though, usually. I mean, unless you're crazy, I'm not walking around with my phone in my hand. They've been walking around Horn Island, you know.
How many people left the phone on the boat? Was it just his phone when y'all left, or did other people have phones on the boat?
Absolutely not. Like, there was at least, well, I rode out here on a different boat, like I told you, and I grabbed my phone when I left the Palm Beach to get on the boat with Triton. To get on the boat with Wyatt because we were having, you know, boat issues. And when I got on the boat, there was phones everywhere on the console. I mean, everywhere. Like, I mean, there was everybody's phone that was sitting around the boat was on the console. Like, we had phones that we didn't even know whose they were, you know, and people just leave their phone, especially when people are drinking and, you know, they're not in the right state of mind. A lot of people are like, oh, I'll just leave my phone and I'll get it later, you know? And that's the way it is around here. You know, you don't take your phone and walk around the island. You know, there's plenty of phones on the boat and, you know, spread out between the 3 boats that we had. And
I don't know why I get the impression that this kid is, far much more older than Nolan. Like, he just seems like he's a lot older, the way he carries himself, even the way he articulates himself, he just seems much older. I don't know why it bothers me, though, that he doesn't really, I guess everybody's different. I guess it doesn't necessarily bother me. But he just hasn't really gotten, any bit of emotional at all, or said anything on an emotional level in regards to Nolan at all. And I don't want to just believe his entire, theory, but I mean, I feel like he's I feel like he's being honest. I feel like he's just trying to clear the air, and I feel like he really wants to help. And that's exactly what he's doing. And he took the time out to even go back out here. So I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I don't want to question anything. I really want to believe this kid. It's just very hard to believe that, people would just leave their phone behind and then just go have a good time. Because I think even when people are drunk, they still take their phones with them. So that part's a little tough to believe. Now, in a sense of not wanting to get your phone wet, then, that makes it more logical too. Because you do have, waves popping up that can, from what I'm hearing, could get up to about 20 feet. Or I think it's about 12. I think it said 4 to 12 or something like that. I can't remember exactly how high, but I mean, the currents, from what I'm hearing, in certain areas on this Pacific island get pretty bad in certain areas. And I think that's everywhere around the island. But I mean, in specific areas, it's pretty bad, is from what he's saying. And I've heard this in many other places as well. So, I mean, I think he's telling the truth for the most part. But don't forget, Nolan's phone was wiped. So I'm just kind of wondering what would make these people wipe his phone. If it wasn't a friend, it was just some random person. I don't really see a random person just taking his phone and wiping it. It would sound more logical for someone that is a friend to take his phone and wipe it. So I think it has to be someone close to Nolan that is responsible for this, if it turns out that this is intentional, as in, Nolan was murdered, because only a close friend would do that, because they don't want it, anything in the phone to lead back to them. If somebody that's just, let's just say it was a random person that Nolan got into it with on the island, there would be no reason for them to delete anything in the phone, because they don't have any relations at all. So what possibly in Nolan's phone would need to be deleted that would lead back to some random person that he's just a total stranger to? You know what I mean? So I know for sure it has to be a friend that is somewhat close to Nolan that has something to do with this. And I'm wondering if this kid lawyered up. It doesn't seem like it. I mean, he seems like he's pretty confident in, what he seems like he knows what he's talking about. He seems like he's being pretty honest. So, maybe he's very confident that he has nothing to worry about.
I mean, we had 20 plus people on the spread between our 3 boats. So of course, everybody's phone was on the boat. I never saw someone in the water that day sitting with their phone in their hand, scrolling on anything.
Oh, by the way, I always say your name wrong. Just real quick here. I'm going to say Shauna. So I'm going to just keep it at that. I know I probably said it wrong, but thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, hi, Juice and Chat. I'm caught up on today's fact and ignoring the rumors. Glad you're covering Nolan Wells. Juice, I am too. They all passed Paulies, but one. Really? They took a Paulie? No way. I haven't even heard any news on that. Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate that. Much love to you. Shouts to Shauna. Is it Shayna? I don't know if it's Shauna or Shayna. I always say it wrong. We'll just say Lee. Let's just leave the Lee in there, because that's the one I know how to say. I'm sorry. I always do that.
Or even taking pictures in the water. Yeah, someone might hop out the boat. A lot of girls like to take pictures, in the water. And so do guys, but, girls want to take pictures in the water. Half a second, you might hop out the boat and be like, oh, I'm snapping this picture of myself or of someone else. But as soon as I get back in the boat, I'm putting my phone up and I'm getting back in the water and I'm hanging out with my friends.
Yeah, that's just common sense, man. And describe to me what the day was like. I saw a video online. How hectic was it out here? I mean, right now it's barren. There's not a lot of people out here,
Right.
but clearly that's not what it was on the 4th of July. So,
Right.
like, how dense was it with people?
So Shanna, not Shayna, not Shauna, Shanna. Shanna like banana. Got you. I think I've heard you say that many times too. Shanna. I gotta remember that.
People here.
Well, I mean, you look at all the videos, that are spread out online, and a lot of them, you can't believe what you see all the time online. You know that better than anybody, but I mean, there was boats lined up all the way down the island, and there was rows. There was a first row, there's a second row. We were in the third row where it drops off, and then there was even boats in front of us. And this went all the way down towards the east end of the island, and then there was people on the east tip, and we're on the north side now, but there was people on the south side too, lined up all the way down. And if you talk to anybody on the coast about this, they know that.
Yeah.
I mean, 4th of July, this is the hot spot. This is where people want to be. This is where people want to come out, hang out with their family and friends. And
people say that you guys just left Nolan behind. I've seen reports of people saying that you just left him. I see reports of people saying that you asked him to get on the boat. You told him to get on the boat, he didn't. What's the truth in that?
Well, Wyatt was having boat issues and the bilge wouldn't pump. So the bilge is basically a pump that releases water from your boat when water comes in. So I opened the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. There's water almost coming over the transom, which is where your motors sit and which is by the stern, like in the back part of the boat. So obviously we were in emergency. The boat, we're trying to save the boat. It's not like we didn't ask Nolan or we just left Nolan. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girl is a witness to that too.
Yeah. I'm glad you cleared that up, because I think it's important for people to have the context of like what it was on that day, what happened, what didn't happen. And the beauty of all of this is that you guys have evidence to prove that, of course, you asked Nolan to come on and different things like that. So, but anyway, man, I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Giving me a rundown of kind of what it was like on that day.
Right.
And hopefully people can understand what the truth is and make their own decision on facts.
Right. I mean, based off people, there's not a lot of people that are from the Mississippi Gulf Coast that don't understand Horn Island and don't understand the way boating works. And, boating is a tight-knit community. I like to fish a lot, and, there's, everybody, a lot of people know a lot of people. Everybody knows everybody. I know a lot of fishermen on the Gulf Coast. They know me and my buddies because we like to go in the water all the time. I mean, that's what we do in the summer. And, I mean, a lot of people from the Gulf Coast know the truth behind, you don't take your phone out the boat. The little facts. It's a difficult subject. This Horn Island's like 11 miles long, not to be exact, but around 11 miles long. It's not like this is a sliver of an island, it's a quarter mile. It's like a sandbar. No, this goes on to, even if we came around this corner right here, Brandon, we couldn't even see the end of the island.
Oh, really?
It is that long.
Really?
Yeah, I mean.
I thought that was the end right there.
No. I mean, it goes all the way down there, and I mean, it's a big island. There's a lot of people out here, and I mean, that's the truth. That's the way it was.
Wow, good to know. And shouts to Tatum, man, for getting this guy out here. I don't know, guys. What do y'all think? I mean, should we believe his story? Is it, is the story believable? Is he being 100% honest, or is there some things in there that he may be lying about? I don't know. I don't know. I can't call it. I don't know. But I honestly think, this guy's, it seems like, I want to believe that he's trying his best to be honest and upfront about everything. And if he's not, this guy's going to have a whole lot of people mad at him, of course. But I don't know. I think Tatum made a good point when he was trying to say that he was, there to give these guys a voice, give these guys an opportunity. It's an opportunity to come clean. It's an opportunity to put a real legitimate alibi out there that, may make a lot more sense later, because it's all going to come to light. So, it's all going to start to make sense eventually. By the way, thanks for becoming a member. Shouts to all my mods tuning in. Much love to all you guys. I appreciate the mods, man. You guys do so much for the channel. I just wanted to take the time to thank you all. And thank you for being here. And shouts to Connie. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. You're wonderful, man. Much love. Welcome. If you're officially a member, Ollie just became a member as well. And we got 5 that are officially members, all thanks to Connie. So much love, man. You're awesome, Connie. One of a kind. And you know, I like to shout all my new members out. Welcome to the family. Those of you guys that are part of the family now, welcome to the team. For those that are officially new members of the channel. Sheesh. Love to see it. You guys are making my night already. I was trying to pull up the names real quick. My chat's always automatically scrolling back down, so I had to pull up a different one. But Summer, Natasha, Donna, and Jones, as well as I think it's Jennifer, are all officially members, all thanks to Connie. So if you are officially a member now, do not forget to thank Connie. If you're tuning in right now, if you don't speak much in chat, I understand. Shanna, thanks so much for becoming a member as well, man. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome, man. Wow. Much love. I appreciate that. It doesn't say what. It usually will say what member, whether or not it's gold or platinum. However, I switched it back. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to add perks. I haven't really took the time to add perks. The only reason why, I mean, there is perks, but the only reason why is because I haven't been able to figure out what emojis. I haven't came up with little emojis to put. So if you have any ideas on little like emoji pictures that we could put, custom emojis for like the members, let me know, because that'll be awesome. I've got one, of course, that's obviously the juice box, but like maybe funny ones. I don't know, little things like that. But yeah, let me know. Let me know. Feel free to email me or shoot me a text anywhere if you can, if you have any ideas. So forgot to mention that the other day. Gertrude, good to see you, by the way. Royalty, big welcome. Just wanted to say hello to those of you guys chiming in real quick in the chat here. Chicky, good seeing you. Jana, welcome. Mary, good to see you as well. Tori, welcome. 707, welcome, man. Summer Wednesday. Royalty, it looks like Pat Britty. I might have said that wrong. Lady, big welcomes though. Chris Talks, good to see you back, man. Good to see all these familiar names in the chat, man. Much love, guys. I appreciate you guys chiming in. Keeping it real, 01. The girl did say he was with her until she had to leave. Yeah, and remember, I mean, we heard a statement come out with Katie saying that she went, you know, she went down her own way. You know, she went her own way and left. So I mean, it does seem like it checks out that Nolan did stay back to be with this girl. And I'm not gonna lie, guys. I mean, I think if you're a guy, you'll probably agree with this comment here. But I think we've all found ourselves do some pretty, you know, foolish things when it comes to a girl. Like leave our friends and, you know, just to stay with a girl when in reality we should have left. You know how it goes, fellas. I mean, we've all, and vice versa. I'm pretty sure there's been some women out there who have done the same, where they shouldn't have stayed back with somebody, or, you know, they wander off with a guy when really they should be staying with their friends for the night. You know, so I mean, it does happen, and it happens. We see it happen all the time. And I mean, and he could have been so, you know, into this girl, or, you know, liked her so much, you know, he may not have even thought about his phone for all we know. Or he may have been so intoxicated, you know, he may have not. But I think even under the influence, you're going to think about your phone. I mean, the phone is like so repetitive. You won't even know you have it when you have it, you know. Like, I don't know. I mean, in this time, you know, it's just hard to vision somebody without their phone anymore in this time. So that's the part of the story for the, you know, for the friend that just spoke out just now that I have to just hold back on. I can't just take his word for it on that one and just be like, oh yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it sounded good, it sounded true, but at the same time, I don't know. Because if you know, I'm 18 years old, I'm new to this. I don't know how many times Nolan's been on this island, but I'm going to assume this is his first time. If it's me and I'm on this island for the first time, I'm taking all the pictures that I can. And yes, I'm going to take the risk of my phone getting wet, for sure. That's just me, though. But from what he said, what he made it sound like was that, you know, nobody not only wanted to get their phone wet, but they were just having such a good time. Like, this island is such a good time that you don't even need your phone. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I'm buying that, but we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. So, as we all know, the family hired an attorney. That was Ben Crump, and Ben Crump ordered an independent autopsy in Washington. And, I think we've got the baby results is what I'm going to call it, because we haven't got the real results yet. So the second autopsy was paid for by Colin Kaepernick. And him, he's a former football player who took a knee and pretty much lost his job after that, for taking a knee. We won't get all into those politics, but if you're familiar with Colin Kaepernick, you know who I'm talking about. So the autopsy results, for the most part, haven't been released. We like I said, we got a little bit of results today, and we'll play that in a minute here. So we didn't get to see the body when it was first discovered because the body was decomposed and it was hard to tell. There was, bruising on the skin. So it's just a sad situation, guys. This is just, I hate to even talk about this. So the only autopsy information, though, that's available right now is the preliminary independent autopsy, which has been released as of today. So the official Mississippi State medical examiner has not, been released as far as I know. As far as all the current finding points, that has not been determined. So it's undetermined as of right now. It's still a pending investigation. So no fractures, no deep tissue injuries, no extensive decomposition missing. There was a missing throat that he's going to point out right now, and neck structures from the first autopsy. There's been some comments about the red discoloration on the back of the head that just really can't be really addressed much right now because they don't really have all the insight yet. As far as the real results, I mean, I think this is just, for the most part, I think this first autopsy result is what they've examined from what they can see. And obviously the real ones will be the ones where, I don't even know how to put it in words. I'm not an autopsy expert. But for the most part, like I said, we haven't got the real results. The toxicologist is going to be able to really dive in and examine all the stuff and be able to let us know what specific, iffy or weird or odd thing that we're pointing out on his body, like how it happened, what exactly it is that caused whatever it is on the back of the neck, little things like that. So it'll be a deeper dive, going more into depth on the little things that we really don't know yet. Like the manner of the death. And like I said, it's all been undetermined right now, still pending. But that's going to be the extensive side that we're waiting for. That's the one we really want to know. Is the actual real condition of the body. So that's going to be, for the most part, on the second autopsy, which will be the ability to determine the trauma. Whether or not Nolan may be drowned or whether or not there was any foul play. I can't wait. I cannot wait. But as far as we know, no skull fractures. There's, how can I say it? As far as the back of the head, they question Crump. He wasn't really able to say, or give too much insight on that. What else was it I'm trying to think of here that they had pointed out? We're going to get to it right now anyways. I was just trying to think of all of the stuff that they were pointing out off the top here. And I had wrote some of it down, but I didn't write every little detail down that they were pointing out, because I kind of just hopped on. But from what I'm hearing, there might be some missing organs, neck structures. How do you pronounce this name? The pathologist. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Some of these words are just too tough for me. But anyways, is it pathologist? I don't know how to pronounce that. But they reported that the throat and neck structures were removed during the first Mississippi autopsy, which is not unusual, but it prevented the examination for the neck trauma or the water in the lungs during the second autopsy. I'm almost wondering if you know what, I don't even want to say that this, these people are trying to cover some things up, because I hate to even say that, but it seems like there could be some really funny things going on, that we just don't know. My freaking pop just fell right now. They keep falling on me. Keeps happening to me, guys. I got to get a better shelf. Otherwise, my stuff is just going to keep on falling. It's probably going to fall again. Keep falling down. We got to get a better shelf. Anyways, I want to dive into this video real quick, because they're gonna get every detail that I wasn't able to explain all about. I wanted to thank Domsey for the $10 super chat. Much love to you. She says, where we go to the beach, where we leave our phones in the glove box when we had a boat. She said, we put our phones in a dry bag. I don't think the phone left behind is unusual. I know, and the way he said it, it doesn't seem like it's, he made it sound like it's a normal thing for when you go out to this island. That's why I don't want to take his word for it completely, because, we still haven't really got to the bottom of certain things. So I don't want to just completely take his word for it and, move forward. But I'm on his side. I mean, so far the fact that he even came forward speaks volumes to me, because a lot of these kids are not really coming forward. And the fact that he not only came forward, but he was willing to do it on a live big platform. I mean, this guy Tatum's got so many followers, it's not even funny. I mean, that speaks volumes in itself for me. Love you too, by the way. Domsey says, love you, Juice in chat, man. Shouts Domsey. Thanks for the $10 super chat as well. And much love, Nina. I appreciate the $20 super chat now. Gosh, man, you guys are amazing, man. God bless you guys. Let's play this real quick. Like I said, I mean, I don't know. Benjamin is just, to me, sometimes I question if he even knows what he's doing sometimes. Not on the lawyer side of things, but like as far as the certain things that he's reading when he's talking about what's going on in this autopsy. It's almost like he should have passed this over to somebody else who's more knowledgeable to stuff like this and let them explain it. Just watch the way he's kind of reading this stuff. And I mean, for some of the things, yeah, it does seem like he knows what he's talking about. But then other things, it's just like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
The manner of death, undetermined pending investigation. Statement of examination. This forensic pathologist was retained to perform a second autopsy examination on the body of Nolan Xavier Wells. Name of decedent, Nolan Xavier Wells, age 18 years old, race, black, gender, male, date of death, unknown.
And I don't know if you guys caught that, but this when he said date of death unknown, that you hear the audience, they're like, ooh, they were like really, that hit them. There's a few comments in here that you're gonna hear based on what he's reading is revolving around this autopsy report. This crowd is like, they're I don't know if they're feeling some of the information that's being given on this here, but listen again.
18 years old, name of the
and as far as I know, we haven't really confirmed the date of death. We know that Nolan was found on the 6th. We don't know that, where Nolan died at exactly. We don't know when he exactly died, so that's still to be determined. I think the autopsy may be able to do that.
Nolan Xavier Wells age 18 years old, race black, gender male, date of death unknown. Second autopsy date.
I don't know if you guys can hear that.
Second autopsy date was performed on July 10th, 2026. Preliminary findings, and this is significant. Focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region. He said the etiology is unknown at this time. He said the body was received after the initial autopsy. He said the body had marked decompensation.
See, you see what I'm saying? He's stumbling on words. He's not sure. It's almost like some of these words he might not even know how to pronounce. He's like, oh yeah, I remember that word. But I think he should have did, maybe like a PowerPoint, or he should have like went over this stuff first before he presented it, because he's like kind of reading through it and trying to understand it at the same time, which is not really good, But I mean, he's making some sense for the most part.
Decompensation. He said, corona incision of the scalp, brain removal, Y-shaped incision of the anterior torso, and he talked about the organs being removed, as is common, accompanied in the body cavity. And that when you have an autopsy, the organs are removed from the body and they are dissected and examined. And then they are put back in a bag within inside the body. So when they're buried, their remains will all be with them. But in this occasion, if there's going to be a second autopsy, then the organs are put in the body cavity, so the second pathologist could be able to examine the organs as well. Very significant for Dr. Mitchell was that the anterior inner neck structures were absent, not received with the body. And we'll explain that in just a minute. And then it talks about the additional procedures performed during the second autopsy, and we'll go into the paragraphs on that there, because he explains it better in his narrative. So, where's the first page of the discussion, not the document yet?
I don't know that a lawyer should be going over this type of information, but I mean, I feel like this is somebody else's part. He's kind of like trying to do it all. And he's a little unorganized, he should have went through this first before he presented it, but it seemed like almost like this was rushed, like they couldn't wait to put this out to the public, but I think they should have waited and did it this evening, and they would have been a little bit more prepared for this. Real quick, guys, I don't even mean to, I'll wait, because I wanted to share something with you guys as far as Nancy. I am seeing something very interesting that I just discovered just now that I really haven't heard about at all. So we'll wait till we get through this. But this is I'm seeing something very interesting here. Okay, we'll continue here.
So, he talks in the preliminary discussion opinion. This forensic pathologist identified several limitations during the second autopsy that create barriers to establishing a definitive cause and manner of death for Nolan Xavier Wells. And that's important. He talks about the fact that we didn't get to see the body when it was first recovered, like the medical examiner working for Mississippi would have seen. He talked about the second autopsy performed on Nolan Wells revealed marked decompensation or changes. Marked decompensation can obscure the presence and absence of bruising on the skin surface, especially during a second autopsy examination. What he's saying, because the body was so decomposed that you couldn't tell if there was bruises or abrasions on the body when he received it on the 10th of July. For these reasons, additional dissection procedures not performed during the first autopsy examination were performed to rule out potential blunt force injuries responsible for the death. These procedures included facial dissection, posterior head and neck dissection, dissection of the ribs, the pelvic, dissection of the subcutaneous and deep soft tissue, dissection of the back, the buttocks, the arms and legs. He did all of this to rule out things. He ruled out there were no fractures or deep tissue injuries identified. This was very important because he wanted to be very thorough and very transparent, because transparency is the key to getting to the answers of why Nolan Wells is not with us. So he did that there and was very straightforward, very open, very open. He says, however, dissection of the back of the head during the layered posterior neck dissection revealed a 12 by 8 inch focal area of red discoloration in the deep soft tissues overlaying the occipital bone.
See, and this is the great part about, or this is the part where I wish somebody else would have did this, because what the heck is an occipital bone? Like, some of the details that he's sharing, I would literally have to pause like now, look this up, see what that is. I mean, some of these things, I'm not a toxicologist. I'm not no, autopsy expert, and this is why he should have left it to the experts to present this, or someone who has some type of experience behind this, because some of this stuff is like, whoa, slow down. Like, I don't even know what this and that is. What does that exactly mean? So, you kind of got to be careful what you're listening to here. Just saying.
He talked about how he found red discoloration when he cut open into the back of his head towards the occipital bone, and he saw the red discoloration, and we actually saw the pictures of it. It's significant. You can't help but notice, why is this dark red here in the back of his head? And so he was important to note that in his report. He said that etiology of this finding is unclear. There are no lacerations of the overlaying skin nor fractures of the underlying skull.
So as far as they know from the little exam that they've done so far, they said that there's no fractures from what he said. However, I want to go back to the red discoloration, because I honestly think the red discoloration that they found, that could indicate trauma. But it does state that it depends on the red discoloration. Some types of injuries mean, normal postpartum changes. So, or post-mortem, I'm sorry. So, I don't know, we still don't really know anything. So it's almost like we got, and I knew this was going to happen. We were going to be limited on the details that we were going to get as far as the autopsy, because this wasn't going to be the autopsy that we really want to know, so it's like still pretty much a guessing game at this point, but I think some of the details I got that we did get, obviously say some things, that are going to raise a lot of suspicion. So, I mean, so far, based on a little bit of information that we've been giving, it is a good chance that he was struck or he took a blow. He could have been pushed, he could have, hit the ground, and that could have came from impact on a hard surface for all we know. It's questionable. It's hard to say. From what I'm hearing, there was no fractures or anything like that. So then again, it's like, well, maybe not. I think at this time, we don't know whether or not still there was any forced trauma at all. And it sucks, man. I just can't wait to see how this is really going to turn out. Man, I just wish we had more. Anyway, let's continue this. We'll talk some more here in just a sec.
Note that in his report, he said that etiology of this finding is unclear. There are no lacerations of the overlaying skin nor fractures of the underlying skull. These findings are inconclusive for perimortem injury due to both the extensive decomposition and the absence of associated injuries. This finding, however, is significant enough to be highlighted in this preliminary report for further investigation. It is important to reiterate that the finding could not have been observed in the first autopsy because the posterior head and neck dissection were not.
I believe his father, somebody said, does anyone ask if Nolan could swim? I believe his father said that he could swim. And not only that, I mean, from what I heard, his father said he could swim. But, I mean, he's an athlete. I mean, and I'm not saying just because he's an athlete he should be able to swim. But I think people know how to doggy paddle, you know what I mean? And I think for the most part, when you drop in water, you still kind of come back up. But, I mean, if he was knocked out into water, then obviously that changes things a bit. I was just thinking, you know, if this turns out to be a mistake and it's not a cover-up, then what? You know, do they fire the lawyer and then we just kind of move along? You know, what if this just turns out that none of this is like foul play, none of this trauma that could be possible was forced upon Nolan, and you know he brought this up. You know, let's just say Nolan brought this upon himself. You know, what if this turns out that way? You know, I guess we just move on and the lawyer and Sharp and everybody else apologizes. You know, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Something tells me, you know, this definitely, like, something really went wrong and somebody's trying to cover it up. But then it's also like, you know, I don't know. I think this, you know, I'm not even going to go that direction. I'm going to just continue thinking what I think right now. And I think this is definitely a murder for sure. But now thinking back about stuff, I would have to say Nolan got left twice for the most part. I mean, he was left by his friends and then he was left by the girl that he stayed with. I don't know that he should have been left at all, you know, with the girl he was even with. And if they say that Nolan was going to get a ride back then who was he supposed to get a ride back from? And the biggest question, like I said yesterday, is why wouldn't they make sure he had his phone? And I can't expect these kids to be the most responsible because, for one, they're kids, and two, they're intoxicated. So being under the influence isn't going to make you make the best decisions. It's going to make you lack decisions for sure. It definitely, it hurts your, it impacts your decision making for sure when you're intoxicated. But I think that at the very least, I mean, I think people are able to do that for each other when they're drunk, is make sure that they're not only safe, but they have the things that they need. I see it all the time. Like, let's say, we go out, we're at the club. I see a lot of people all the time drunk, and they're always, I see people assisting each other. They make sure they take their friends' keys so they don't drive off and go kill somebody or come, get a DUI or anything like that. So, I think even being under the influence, you can still make responsible decisions. And yeah, that's the thing for me. I still question, why they didn't make sure he had his phone before they left him on that island. And, even if he was, even with the girl, why didn't she make sure that he was going to get home safe rather than just offering him a ride? Because it seemed like that's who he really wanted to be with. I mean, he left his friends to be with this girl. If this all turns out to be true, I mean, he literally left his friends behind just to be with this girl. I mean, they left him behind too, but I mean, from what it sounds like, based on the story we heard from a real close friend today, he really wanted to be with this girl. And he also mentioned the fact that the girls that knew this girl could vouch for him on that because they all saw it, is from what he said. I just don't know why, she didn't make the effort at all, because none of that's really stated. No one really says at all, hey, I tried to make sure that Nolan could, have some way to contact us or make sure that he was going to ride with whoever he was going to ride with. I tried to make sure I got all that information so I knew he for sure. I think you, as a friend, you want to make sure somebody's going to be able to get back for sure. If it's questionable, then it's just like, nah, I can't leave you here, bro. You're not staying. So I don't know, man. I don't know how these things have played out, but I think in time, obviously, we'll know. But that just bothers me. That just really bothers me. I could not leave my friend on an island like that, man. And I don't care if he wants to stay with a girl or not. With currents changing like that, it's just not safe. I just couldn't do it. So even if I have to drag him out of there, then I guess I got to drag him out of there. Maybe that was the case, and he started fighting with somebody. They were telling him he needed to leave, and then he didn't want to leave, so it turned into an altercation. But I think a lot of people think this was a jealousy thing, right? I think people think that somebody may have been jealous of, the girl that he was with, or he had somebody like an enemy. And I think, the hardest part about somebody dying is when somebody passes, you leave out all the good stuff, or the bad stuff. Sorry. You don't really want to make anybody look bad in any type of way, once they've died. But I think sometimes it's important to share certain things about a person, but at the same time, you don't want to mix up people's thoughts on what they think about a person, or you don't want people to get the wrong ideas. But little things like, let's say Nolan might have been a player, or let's just say he was a nice kid, but just don't piss him off. But when you piss him off, we have a very hard time bringing him down. Just like the little things that you would have to worry about. Because I think even if somebody's the nicest person in the world, somebody who knows somebody very well will still be able to, there's still things about a person that that you got to be careful about, or you got to worry about. So, I mean, and only his parents know that, only his friends know that. So, you know, I don't know. I just thought I'd bring that to mind, but let's finish the rest of this video real quick here.
Performed. He said another limitation faced by this forensic pathologist was the absence of the anterior internal neck structures, the trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So
that one awed the crowd right there. Remember, let's go back. Remember I said, you know, there's some things that are a little weird that seems like maybe even the people that are doing these autopsies are maybe trying to cover something up here. Listen to that again. Let's go back.
Here in the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So he's saying were not received. The thyroid horn and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So he's saying
wow.
That
When he said the thyroid what?
So he's saying received with the thyroid horn and the cartilage.
The thyroid horn? What?
The thyroid horn and the hyoid bone. The thyroid horn and the hyoid bone.
It's saying in the captions the thyroid horn.
Were not received with the body. The laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn and the hyoid bridge.
Let's go back a little more.
The
Real quick.
trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn and the hyoid bone were not received with the body.
So one of the cartilages, the trachea, the trach, and
the throat,
the thyroid horn
was not received with the body when he got Nolan Wells.
Well, the throat would be where the trachea would be.
Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy. And
that's
so
crazy.
Let's discuss that with what he said about that.
Very suspicious. Why?
He said, it is assumed that the initial pathologist retained these structures for additional evaluation. He said the retention of the anterior neck structures during an initial autopsy is a common forensic pathology practice. He was chief medical examiner for 7 years in Washington, D.C., and he said that if they had concern about throat or any fracture or compression of the throat, they too will hold them back. He doesn't know why they held the throat back, but he said the throat was not with the body of Nolan Wells when he received it in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy. He said, nevertheless, a posterior neck dissection performed without review of the anterior neck structures is incomplete. Therefore, this pathologist cannot rule out injury to the neck as a contributor or a cause of death. He said he would need to have the medical examiner in Mississippi allow him to review the throat. That's why he said his autopsy is undetermined pending investigation.
You know, a good point. I like the comment from Nina. She says, I feel something happened to him on the father's boat. And of the girl that he was actually with on the island. Yeah, so maybe they were able to get a ride back. And Katie hasn't spoken, by the way, and I don't know if Katie's gotten a lawyer. I'm assuming so because of the fact that she hasn't spoken, and probably, you know, when somebody makes a comment and then they go get a lawyer, the lawyer's obviously going to tell them to not say anything else at all. Don't say a word. Not only that, we know the lawyer's there to speak on your behalf, so you really shouldn't because the lawyer's going to speak for you. But yeah, you know, maybe something took place with Nolan and the father or somebody on the boat with her father or whoever was picking up Katie. And by the way, I don't think people understand this or keep this in mind. It's not that you don't understand it, excuse me, but I don't think people keep the fact that in mind that some people are totally nice, great people. And I'm not trying to throw no one under the bus at all. I'm just saying, keep this in mind. When some people drink, they can become a completely different person. So, and I'm not saying this about Nolan. I'm just saying, just putting this out there that, some people can be super nice, but when they start drinking, they could be very mean. They could be very aggressive. They could become fighters, whatever. I mean, but I just want to say, keep that in mind. Some people lack respect when they're under the influence. Some people, the truth comes out, they say, when some people drink. Some people will just say whatever, they don't care. So, who knows? And also, I guess sometimes it just depends on what you drink, right? For those that don't drink certain things because, it makes you crazy, or some people don't drink certain things because it makes them tired. Just different type of drinks come with different type of emotions. So, and they're young, so they're barely experiencing those things. So you don't know what your emotions are going to be when you drink. That's the worst part about drinking young, is when you drink, you don't know what to expect for the young bucks, because they don't know their drinks yet. It's all an experience right now.
It's about transparency.
Yeah, it was a mixed drinks too. Yeah, and I made that mistake when I turned 21. Is I mixed dark with light. Never mix dark with light. Make a choice. Either you're going light all night or you're going dark all night. But when you mix dark and light, I'm telling you right now, it's not good. So don't do it. I think I blacked out, actually. Luckily, I was, nice. And I didn't get violent or anything like that. But I'm just saying, mixing dark with light is not a good idea.
Because the initial autopsy rightfully removed and dissected each organ, there are additional limitations inherent in the second autopsy of Nolan Wells. The most significant of the limitations was the inability to directly observe the airway and the lungs for water, and directly observe the stomach for gastric contents. He said it is very significant as to what the initial forensic scientists who got to review the body when it was recovered. We have heard from our call center people saying the body wasn't waterlogged. Well, we need to know those things. But unfortunately, because the body was decomposed and the organs have already been dissected, those are things we can only get from the initial autopsy. So therefore, again, the manner and cause of death is undetermined until further investigation. We are hopeful that the Mississippi Medical Examiner would give Dr. Mitchell an opportunity to see their photographs and their observations to the condition of Nolan Wells' body closer in time to July 4th. That is very important, and we have to continue to demand transparency, President Johnson. In addition, the original toxicology results have not been received at the time of this report. And we continue to wait for the toxicology to come back, because again, that will be part of the investigation into Nolan Wells' autopsy by Dr. Mitchell. It is significant to note that it's many things that go into toxicology that only Dr. Mitchell will be able to opine upon. and medical experts can opine upon. And he feels the proper place to do that is before a grand jury in a courtroom. And so we would hope that the district attorney would present Dr. Mitchell before the grand jury as well. We want all relevant information to be heard by the grand jury. Lastly, in cases where a death has occurred in or around a body of water, this is important.
And you know, the crazy thing, speaking of water, there's so many people, guys, in the water at one time too. You know, not only is there a lot of people in the water, but there's so many boats surrounding this area, right? I mean, and the kid pointed it out when we were watching the video that, you know, it goes all the way down, like from where they got off, you know, it goes all the way down to, you know, almost the end. And he said it was a fairly long island, like it's pretty big. I think they said it was about 4 miles. I don't know how long or big the island was. I guess I'd have to look it up. How big is Horn Island? I can't remember. I thought they said 4 miles, but I might be confusing that with how far. I think that's how long it takes to get from the area that they were at to Horn Island. It's actually about 14 miles long, so that's huge for an island. Huge. So this is Horn Island is about 14 miles long and less than 1 mile wide. So my goodness, it's massive. With a total area of around 4.2 square miles. So my goodness, I mean, you could walk not even halfway down. And like he mentioned, he said you could look down there, or, you know, you could just lose somebody fairly quickly there. Easy. That's just insanely long. My goodness. You guys could separate and never see each other in a whole day. It's so long. My goodness. That is crazy. I didn't even realize it was that long. I didn't even take a look at that the last time I looked. I guess I never looked at it. I just looked at the length in between where they came from to Horn Island and back. But wow. My goodness. But I just think that it's weird. Like the lawyer keeps pointing out, is somebody saw something. You know, somebody saw something. And the fact that it seems like no one saw anything is crazy. I mean, there were so many people out there that they shouldn't have to offer a reward. You know, that shouldn't even be the case in this situation. But I mean, 14 miles long, they could have wandered off to go do their thing, you know, whatever, you know, maybe they wanted to do something on the island, him and Katie. So they wandered off way down there somewhere. I don't know. But I mean, that's just how long it is. I mean, that's crazy. Sheesh. I was trying to find a quick photo here because they had a nice photo that I wish I had, where it kind of shows all of the people out there on this island. And you'll see all the boats just kind of lined up. Let's see if I can show you guys this here. I know we just watched it, but because it looks like they have a picture, you know, of all these boats. And it's almost like boats completely surrounding that island. And remember, if this is 14 miles long, that's far more than 300-400 people out there. I would have to say that there's thousands of people out there on this island. I mean, because people keep saying it's about 300 to 400 people that were there. I mean, maybe in the general area, but I mean, this is a ton of people if this island is that long. My goodness. Let's see if we can zoom in a bit here. I mean, and Nancy Grace pointed out the other day, I mean, these people, they look like ants. I mean, and zooming in is going to do us no good. But you can tell, like, all these little white speck-looking things from this point of view are, you know, all these are boats. All of those little white specks are boats. That's insane. There's more than 300 boats out there. So just imagine the amount of people out there. I mean, your times in people times what, 5 to 10 for each boat? My goodness, it was filled. It was pretty much full. Good to see you, Angie. Hope everything went well yesterday. I know you said you had to go get some blood work done the other day. I hope all is well, and good seeing you here in the chat, by the way. Glad to see you here. Wow. I don't know if this screen, it says an exclusive screenshot. I mean, I'm assuming this was the day of. That's what they said. But remember, you see those shallow areas? You can see the shallow, like the dark areas. That's where they were pointing out where this island kind of drops off. So, right, it seems like he said that's where they pulled up at as well. So they wouldn't have been able to kind of walk onto the island. They would have had to hop off the boat onto the island. So it's not like they pulled up onto sand and they were able to just walk up on the island. And look on the outside here. You can see the boats even leaving. And you can tell they're leaving because there's, obviously these boats kind of, how do you say it? They kind of leave marks almost like a plane in the sky. So you can see boats even traveling away from Horn Island. It looks like some might just be, no, it looks like, it almost seems like all of these boats are leaving at this point in time that they got this picture here. So, I mean, this place was probably filled all the way around. Wow. I don't know if I would have the guts to go out to this island. So, but look at the outer edge here. I was pointing that out too. You can see that it drops off, that there's really no sand. It almost looks like it's a curb around the island too, at least from here. But you see how it's kind of dark? So you can just tell that, it's, if you fall in that water, you better be able to swim. That's crazy. And I'm not a big water person. And, I honestly could say, because I'm black, most black people aren't. And, and that's just being honest. You don't really see black people in the water a lot doing things like surfing. There's not too many like black surfers out there. Just simple like swimming in water that's not deep. That's why you think Michael Phelps is number one. I mean, no, I mean, but seriously though, black people are not really big on swimming. So I mean, chances are a black person probably doesn't really know how to swim. But I'm just saying, if Nolan got knocked into that water, there's so many people around, and somebody that didn't have nothing to do with the situation should have definitely helped. So I'm also wondering now if he was on this island in the middle of the night where it was just, or at a time where it was just kind of quiet, it would quiet down. How long, and I don't think the guy said that, the friend, like how long are these guys out here when they go out to this island? Do they stay all night? Like when do they leave? It seems like they don't stay all night because they left, it seemed like in the evening hours. So it seems like they took off around the morning time going to the afternoon. And according to times that I saw of them leaving, it seemed like they didn't spend too long here. Maybe 4 to 5 hours, 6, 7 hours at the most. I mean, I don't know, how long people end up staying there. Like, is there people that end up staying the night there? I think that'd be a pretty stupid idea if they're saying that, currents get pretty crazy there, especially on specific parts of the actual island. So that's weird. And then, what time do you leave? Because obviously, you got to know what time to leave if you're familiar with this area. I mean, a current can happen at any time, but I mean, I'm pretty sure there's safety. I'm pretty sure there's like places maybe within the island or somewhere that you can look to find, safety hazards that revolve around this island. That's just crazy. There's so much to think about in this situation. I think that's what makes it unique and a very interesting story. But yeah, revolving around that timeline, yeah, it is daytime when they're there. I mean, this is a exclusive picture, so I mean, this was the day of that Nolan was there. So yeah, I mean, definitely clear as day, that's for sure. So the boat departed from the mainland dock, and that's what Tatum was pointing out when they had left. This is the spot that he was in when they left to go out to Horn Island. So it says about 9:56 a.m. the boat departs from the mainland dock. So it says the vessel leaves its home dock on the Mississippi mainland. So I'm assuming this is the mainland area. And then 11:14 a.m. the boat arrives at Horn Island. So it seems like it took them roughly about an hour and some change to get there, because remember, they say it's about I think they said it was about 4 miles. Don't quote me on it, I can't remember exactly, but the boat arrived at Horn Island around 11:14 a.m. So that's what the GPS shows, a direct route to south to Horn Island, roughly 10 miles offshore. And 3 p.m. Nolan Wells was last seen on the island. Witness accounts place him on Horn Island at about 3 p.m. So supposedly this is a part of the timeline here, not the GPS. 4:31 p.m. the boat leaves Horn Island without Nolan, and CBS is the one who confirms Nolan was not on the boat when it departed, and that was one of the critical moments in the case. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like they were even out there long. So you leave at 11 o'clock. You're going out there to have a good time. It's in broad daylight. So they get there at 11 a.m. They leave 4 hours later? Only 4 hours? Why does it feel like it should be longer than that? I mean, I guess. 4 hours is long enough to have a great time. But I mean, you're having so much fun, you probably don't even want to leave. So at 5:52 p.m., it says the boat enters Fort Bay, and the GPS shows the vessel traveling into the island, on Fort Bay. And then at 6 p.m., the boat returns again to the dock, and it states that it's a short loop inside Fort Bay, ends back at the dock. And then at 7 p.m., the boat appears at Fort Bay. Boat launch. GPS logs show the boat at the launch later that evening. I'm assuming they might have went to another island because maybe the currents are a lot less than what they are at certain times on Horn Island. I don't know. But for whatever reason, remember, they went to a whole nother island. And it also states around 7:19 p.m. the boat travels over land to Biloxi, or whatever the heck that name is, and the GPS indicated that the boat was towed by vehicles, to the owner's residence in Biloxi. This timeline is iffy. I gotta really go over this timeline, because this timeline is just it's just confusing to me. It's almost like, is it even accurate? But anyway, let's finish watching this the details here on the autopsy report here. I think we're just about finished with that. I mean, it was about an hour long press conference they held.
Lastly, in cases where a death has occurred in or around a body of water with suspicion of drowning, it is important to confirm how that person entered the water. This is the crux of the matter. This information is especially important for those deaths of persons who can swim. As in the case with Nolan Wells, at the time of this report, this forensic pathologist does not know the condition of Nolan Wells. He did not know whether he was conscious or unconscious when he entered the water. He said that would be significant. He said he did not know whether he was forced into the water or unforced into the water. He said that would be significant. So he said the condition of Nolan Wells before he entered the water would be the crux of the matter.
Let me get this screen pulled back up here.
Of utmost importance to being able to determine a cause and manner of death. He said, definitive circumstances of death are required to determine the manner of death. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out, and let me really call your attention to this. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out if any intervening non-accidental factors contributed to or caused the death of Nolan Wells. Understand, he said based on the examination of the body, he cannot rule out foul play. That is significant.
Wow, no way. No way. Did you hear that? He said based on the examine that he cannot, well, I mean, yeah, of course not, because we haven't even got to the bottom of it though. So why even state that anyways?
Of the body, he cannot rule out foul.
Of course he can't. We're not even done.
Understand, he said based on the examination of the body, he cannot rule out foul play. That is significant. With the following questions still outstanding, number one, what were the circumstances that led to Nolan Xavier Wells entering the water? Number two, what was the body position when it was found? We know that a member of the United Cajun Navy said that he was face down and he was fully clothed. Number three, was there water in the airway? Remember he talked about the lungs and the airways.
By the way, feel free to chime in pretty soon here. We'll be taking some calls, guys. Yeah, I know. I see Guthrie asking. Yeah, this one's probably going to spark the video. I'm only going to play a little bit of this video because talk about disrespect. I'm not even going to mention his name yet, but there was somebody out there who truly just disrespected Nolan like no other. I mean, you guys are going to probably find this a bit disturbing. You know, I was going to play it last night, but I'm like, you know what? I don't even know if I wanted to play this or even a little bit of it. But I mean, I know Gertrude likes this crazy stuff. So you might find this a little interesting, with the person that I'm going to show you guys in just a minute here.
Where they filled with water. Number four, is there any evidence of injuries to the anterior neck structure? We got the autopsy without his neck. We got the body without his neck at the time of the second autopsy. Number five, is there any evidence of any intracranial hemorrhage? He said that is going to be very significant. Things that he could not observe at autopsy that the initial medical examiner would have been able to observe. Number six, what was the composition of the stomach contents? He talks about that being important because when was he found? How long had he been in the water? How long had it been since his last meal? All those things become relevant factors when you're trying to do a thorough and impartial autopsy. And number 7, what are the toxicology report findings? He said the best classification again for the cause and manner of death for Nolan Xavier Wells is undetermined pending investigation. This forensic pathologist reserves the right to review and incorporate additional forensic pathology information into his opinion as it becomes available. He says the above opinions are expressed to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Dr. Roger A. Mitchell, July 19, 2026. And we know that, as I said, this is only another part of the puzzle. And even though it tells us significant information, we still have more questions than we have answers at this time. And we will continue to press forward and persist, Christine and Elmore, with getting the answers to these questions. Because as you, yes, we will persist, because as Christine and Elmore and Attorney Parker and I talked this morning, we know that there are so many conflicting stories. The fact that she said him being found face down, the fact that we have other videos where people who have called said that is Nolan, who is in some kind of dispute with others. We're looking at all of these things. The fact that the GPS tracking of the boat is being questioned by many. We're trying to dot every I and cross every T, because we understand that when our children's lives are at stake, it matters. Not just what happened, but what we do in the aftermath of them being taken away from us. And just like the NAACP stood up when another tragedy in Mississippi taking the life of young Emmett Till, we will stand up for Nolan Wells.
So this is the thing for me, guys. I mean, this is for right now. I mean, until, we really get to the bottom of this all, I mean, a lot of things are just everywhere as of right now, and, the things that the autopsy does not address is the phone contradictions, that timeline gap. And, also, the witness inconsistencies that's been going on from the beginning. They I don't even know if they've even reviewed witness statements. I mean, I'm sure they're reviewing them, but we haven't really heard much about some of them behind the scenes, and we probably won't, because I mean, if turns out this is going to be a case, which is what it's looking like, those will probably be used in court. But I mean, as far as the reviews on the last known movements, I mean, those, some of those we won't know about either. I mean, and then don't forget, guys, the digital evidence. And, there's just been a lot of, inconsistencies for sure. And a lot of these witness stories, they conflict, all of them, and then the phone situation is highly suspicious, of course. And then the timeline is, to me, still unclear. And then you got the location of the body, to me, which is, it still seems like it's unusual. We don't know how he even got in the water. We don't know, whether or not, he fell in the water, got pushed in the water from the boat, from the island. We don't know anything at all. And then, as far as the family, immediately disputed the findings of Nolan, and they hired an independent, person to do this autopsy, because they believe the first one was flawed. which, you know, as we see him kind of covering some of these details in the autopsy, you know, people are already questioning based on the way the audience is responding to some of these statements that are being made, or being read, really. But the family believes that the trauma was missed. They believe that the cause of death is completely wrong. And, you know, the family believes that the state autopsy was insufficient, you know. And the civil rights attorney believed that the case may be involving negligence, so or even foul play. So, you know, these are major red flags here. So I mean, this is going to get interesting. It's already a mess, and it's only going to get more messy as time goes on. I mean, this is insane. What a case so far. I mean, this is crazy. And then, you know, you could just mention so many things. I mean, the sheriff is conflicting. I mean, remember the sheriff was saying that there's no signs of, you know, forced trauma or anything like that, but yet we haven't even got to the bottom of the autopsy. How do you come out and make a statement like that? And we haven't even got to the bottom of all the details yet. I mean, that's pretty foolish to me. I'm tired of seeing these sheriffs with all this experience, 30, 40 plus years of experience, and they don't really know what to say in front of an audience. It's just awful, man. It really is. But I don't know where we stand as far as the FBI's assistance and how, you know, they're really doing in this case, really. So hopefully, you know, we'll hear more insight on, you know, what the FBI is up to, as, you know, as far as what they think. I don't know if we'll ever hear those details until this is all said and done. You know, the FBI likes to stay quiet for the most part. They really move in silence. So, but bottom line, I think a lot of this is just kind of rules, you know, if we take everything that, you know, we've learned, at least for some things, it's like a lot of this is ruled that it's a drowning without the toxicology part of it, you know, and it found no trauma despite the suspicious body location. And then I don't know, everything was just completed way too quickly to me. This case it's moving fast. I mean, as far as the the autopsy, I mean, I think that should be something I think that's moving at the time that it should be. But I mean, it's just moving quick. There's just certain things that are moving really, really quick to me. But I mean, I don't know. I just feel like some of this information that's being shared surrounding the autopsy is just too quick. And I guess I don't know really how to put it in words, but I think, like, from what I'm really trying to say is they're coming to conclusions with certain things just fairly too quick when there's still more work to be done, if that makes sense. But I don't know. But the issues are, you know, why the autopsy is considered incomplete with a lot of people, and then, you know, it's you know, premature to me, and it's potentially flawed with a lot of things. I mean, this case is everywhere, man. My mind is everywhere when it comes to this case. It's insane already. So we'll see what happens. You know, but nothing is really, you know, everything is everywhere and nothing's been really defined as of right now. We just really don't know anything. And I really don't know what this autopsy really did for us, except for just raise more question for the most part. It really hasn't gotten us anywhere. So I don't know if it was even necessary for him to go over some of this stuff, because, you know, a lot of it that he's presented is just really giving us thought, because we can't even get to the bottom of it until they really dig in and really examine the body. So, I mean, but it's good to know. I mean, the little things they've been pointing out, as far as things that weren't there when they got the body, is just weird to me. It's just weird. And I get it though. Some things are staying where they're already at so they can further examine certain things. But if you got different people examining the body for this autopsy, then why not send everything so everybody's able to examine everything all at once? So, I don't know if, this first autopsy that was done here, they're going to be able to go back and examine some of the things that weren't there. But we're learning that they are there. They're just not present with the person that's doing the autopsy on this first one. So I don't know. It's just so confusing. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. It's frustrating because that's just weird. That's just weird to me. But that was pretty much it as far as the stuff that Crump was bringing to our attention as far as the autopsy. As far as whether or not Nolan had on clothes, I can't answer that question. I think that was a, I know Crump said that he had on clothes, but I feel like Crump's even been back and forth about the clothes thing. I don't think he knows for sure. And I don't know if you guys know at all in chat at all if he actually had clothes on or not, or Nolan was just shirtless the entire time walking around with trunks. I would only assume that he probably didn't have a shirt on most of the time. I mean, they're out there swimming, but like somebody mentioned in chat, there's no shade. It doesn't look like there's any trees to be under, unless somebody comes up and puts out a tent there. So, maybe there was a spot that they could hang out, into some shade. I don't know what the weather was like that day. I guess that would be good to look up and know. I don't know. I've never been to Mississippi. I know Mississippi, from what I've heard, can get pretty humid. And it is around that time. So I don't know. I can't call it. But looking at the picture, it didn't look like it was a too sunny day. It looked like it seemed like it was a good day to be outside. Nina said Nolan had shorts on only. Really? Interesting. My hap says, let's talk Nancy in a few. Okay. Whatever you guys want to talk about, bring it to my attention. I'm all for it. And just so you know, just for the record, I did hear about the Nancy. Well, it really wasn't new information with Nancy. However, I did hear about the violent home invasion that I think JLR might have covered earlier today. And it said that a woman was home during an invasion near Nancy's area. But the weird thing is, it says this is on Ajo or something like that. Let's just read here for a second here. So it says a woman physically and sexually assaulted during a home invasion in Tucson around 2:40 a.m. on July 21st. So it seems like this was an attack that occurred minutes from Nancy's home, prompting Sheriff Chris Nanos to issue a public statement. Now, I don't know if we have that public statement, but I'll look for it and we'll get there. But I just wanted to read this real quick here because I did see that. The suspect is still at large and described as a white or Hispanic male, thin build, 5'10", gray in beard, oversized green shirt. And they are also asking the residents to check their surveillance once again. So, I mean, that's all the information that I know at this time. I don't know what the heck happened. I don't. But when you look it up, it's saying something about this happening somewhere on Ajo, which is weird. It says the location is 1200 block or 12,000 block of West Vegas Drive near Taylor Lane and Ajo, about 30 miles from Nancy's home. An unknown male intruder entered through an unlocked door, which is weird. He said it physically and sexually assaulted the woman inside. He attempted to burglarize the home before fleeing. And it says the victim survived the attack, but the identity is not released. And that's all I know. Race, white or Hispanic, thin, height 5'10", gray in the beard, and oversized green shirt. That's all the details I've heard. Adrian, big welcomes, by the way. Shout out to Adrian plugging in here. She says Pima County Sheriff Chris Nattles, whose office is investigating both cases, told Fox News Digital there is nothing to indicate the cases are related. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I mean, if that's all the way on the south side, then, I mean, I would say not. But, I mean, don't forget that the guy that went into Nancy's, or guys, because we don't know if it's still more than one person, is still at large. We haven't been able to, obviously track down the suspect that is responsible for Nancy. So, I mean, it is some similarities here. I mean, the build, he did seem thin, but it made it seem like he was stocky, because I think a lot of us would agree at this point that, this person had on a lot of clothing. I mean, he is about 5'9" to 5'10". I mean, it's lining up a bit. The gray beard part, I don't know. I don't know about the gray beard part, though. Uh-oh. Domsey says she's charting. Shouts Domsey plugging in tonight. She says she's charting right now. Uh-oh. I know how that goes. Whew. Warren said his boat was going down and he got on the boat, but judge said Warren wasn't on boat. See what I mean? I mean, all these conflicting stories revolving around this case is just insane to me. Have we even heard anybody in this Nolan Wells story that has a similar story or even has the same story? Every story we've heard in this Nolan Wells case, everyone's story is different. No one even seems to have the same story. And that's sad. I mean, come on. Why does it got to be like this, chat? I don't get it. And that's what leads us to a lot of us to believe that somebody's covering something up. Somebody's not being honest about something. It sounds like everybody's not being honest, because at the end of the day, I mean, we don't really know the real truth. I mean, we kind of got to take all the information that we have and we at this point just believe what we want to believe until evidence proves it. I'm never sending my kids on a boat with strangers in no life jackets. Tell me about it. I couldn't agree more. So we're going to open up the phone lines here and take some calls here in a minute. Feel free to share any new details that you know about in regards to Nancy, if you heard anything about the attempted burglary that took place. And to me, it's saying it's on Ajo. I don't know. I could be getting the location wrong. I haven't took any time to do any research on that, because I'm just barely learning about that now. I don't know anything about that at all, really. Just real quick, I'm going to play this video. I'm warning you now. It's definitely going to be a little disturbing. This guy's a complete idiot. I mean, I've always thought he was an idiot. He goes by the name of Charleston White. And look what he had to say.
Go missing in 2026, surrounded by a bunch of white boys. Is that not concerning?
For who?
For the young black man.
No, black people don't go missing often.
No.
This
we
is
come unfound.
Yeah, this is a isolated case, and this really the LGBT need to be involved in this. He got to be one of them. He wasn't know what kind of sports he played. I heard being Benjamin Crump say the boy was a fine athlete.
Water polo? I don't.
Yeah, boy probably was a swimmer. So he swim fine. Not if they been pushing that dick off in it. Boy, legs tied. Come on now. Man, listen. Man, come on now. If he like it, he'll let him do it.
Yeah.
It's just like any other that's chasing the he'll end up in some crazy positions chasing the This no different. They can't give us no explanation what he doing with these pink toes. And they ain't in the water with him. He lap hopping.
So to go back to how to raise a child, a young man, because it'd be a lot of single women, black in the black community, that raise their kids. They would normally teach them how to cook. they would normally say this is what you need to be doing for your wife. What would you
Most
say
of
to
these hoes ain't cooking no more to teach no nigga how to cook. These ramen noodles in the microwave, babies. Yeah, these niggas, hot pocket babies. They stand in front of the microwave getting all the brain free. Yeah, these hoes, no. Black women teach their kids to be emotional and loyal to her. She don't teach them life skills nor self-sustained survival skills. The half these motherfuckers know how to protect themselves. They know how to shoot a gun. Half these don't have the rule of nature, self-preservation.
Now, just real quick, because I know Charleston White like no other. I've seen him on many shows. You don't even know how to protect yourself. And I'm just putting that out there for the record. This guy can't fight for the life of him. So maybe he means protect himself with a gun, but I don't even think he knows how to do that. And he's, I'm not throwing him under the bus because he's not, tall at all. But I mean, he's a very little guy. And he's just not a fighter whatsoever, with or without a gun. So, I mean, this guy's just stupid. He's just stupid.
They think group, my buddy, my friend, my hood, my town. They don't think self. So the proper way to raise a boy is to give him a balance. A male and a female aspect.
Now, some things he's saying he's smart. He's smart in some areas, but for the most part,
put a man
he's
in the house
dumb.
some kind of way. Or just have a male role model.
It's some men around.
Man,
Bitch, you got somebody, a brother, a cousin, a daddy, an uncle, a wanna you, a neighbor, something. You're not manless. Because when you need something done that a man can do, you find a man. Yeah.
What do you say to the man that does come in and take care of another man's son?
You all right. Yeah, you all right. Yeah.
Need more like that,
right.
I guess. We need more.
Well, let me just say this. A man don't know how to choose between being a man and not being a man. A man meet needs. When a man show up and he see needs, he meet them. Man, ain't no groceries in here, goddamn. Man, we need to go grocery shopping. I see your check engine light on, man. When last time you checked? A man meet needs. That's his whole, he look around to fix things. So if you meet something you like, why wouldn't you want to be a man? Half of us had a mama who had to go get to be our daddy.
It seemed like
all right, I'm gonna skip this.
Cool. You're that parent. You exchange your morals. You tell your kids, hey, I can't come to this today. Hey, I can't come home and cook. Hey, I can't come to your school. Why? Mommy got to go to work. So you sell them out for your money too. Every America have to sell their kids out if they don't have a stay-at-home mom or dad. Somebody got to neglect the kids to go work, right? Somebody.
Yeah.
So don't just put it on us. It's just that white folks and Mexican folks have a two-parent household and we don't. So the single mother is left with very little resources and the father is left with no resources and no real strong connection to the children because he lacked resources.
So what is the best system for us, would you say?
None. What you think for you and yours. Everything don't work for all of us. All of us don't have the same mind. All of us are not raised by the same type of people. I don't know what'll work for you, black man, that's working for me because I've been doing everything right as a father. So I don't need what y'all need.
Are you sure?
I don't need nothing. As a black man and a black father, I got everything I need. I don't know what y'all need to make work for you, nigga. I made it work for me. I looked at mine and said, I'm gonna be here for mine. I don't know what you did for yours. I don't know how you treated your baby mama. I did the best I can out of respect and tried to co-parent responsibly. I don't know how you doing with yours. I'm the worse than anything. You won't think they wouldn't have put that in. Okay, they would have had me, they done that. When they put them animal cruelty charges ass on me, they sat on that for 2 years. When they put that on me, animal cruelty. And he'll quick to give a woman $1,000, $5,000 for some, but he'll squabble with his little homie about a tab. You think they entertaining, they making mockery? One of the first thing my Jew partner say to me when he get mad at one of these niggas is he don't take care of his kids, he's a bad dad. Not that anybody have ever said that about AB.
This guy's an idiot, bro.
Chicago did. They was kids, man.
He's an idiot.
Men like they putting that, you know,
monkey in the middle.
You know everybody that boy on that boat. He the only on the boat and he ain't slanging it. He's sitting up there like the hoe. He ain't the with his shirt off. With the
That's crazy. What a theory, right? What a theory he has. Oh my goodness, the guy's an idiot, complete idiot. And here we are trying to gather information, and I mean, this guy's just throwing stupid stuff out there like that. I don't know what's wrong with his mind. That's Charleston White. And that was probably one of the most disrespectful comments I've seen. Now, there was a guy that got arrested because he was playing the part, acting like they would basically throw a black guy in the water as maybe some type of punishment. I can't remember the video, but he was playing the part like as if he was racist. And I can't remember who that guy was. It was such a weird video, but he was pretty much getting online and joking, and I think the FBI ended up picking that guy up. I was trying to find that video. It was interesting. Just real quick here. What is that? I can't remember what that's. Or who the gentleman was that made that comment, jokingly acting like he was like a racist white man, and now his life is like super miserable.
Man loses job over allegedly mocking the death of Nolan Wells. Here's the video that caused the outrage online.
Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, we did it. We sure did do it. What you think? What you think we do when we take y'all's young men camping with us? We know them boys don't know how to swim. Yeah. We throw them in that water. We say, swim, boy, swim. Whoa, learn how to swim, boy. You can't do it. You can't do it, boy. Y'all ain't ever gonna learn how to swim. Yeah, they did it. Them boys did it. This is a damn tradition for us. Yeah, this is a tradition. We take you boys out in the woods, and we throw you in the swamp. We throw you in the creek. We throw you in them springs and rivers. Yeah, we throw you in them oceans. Y'all can't do a damn thing. Y'all be in there splashing and screaming, I can't swim, I can't swim. Oh, hell nah. But you know, it ain't our fault. It ain't our fault you're stupid. Grown man don't know how to swim. Yeah, what y'all think we do? You know, yeah, it's a big conspiracy. You know, every 6 months this skin tone, we all get together in our neighborhoods and we have like a little neighborhood meeting. And y'all ain't invited. We get together, we make plans, we talk about y'all, yeah, let's put this one in football.
Be right back,
let's put this one in basketball. Yeah, let's encourage him to do that and this. Yeah. We bet on y'all. Man, we just play y'all like a damn game and y'all don't even know it. This is a tradition.
Thanks for giving us the master plan, homie. You should have dropped a little blueprint. It's the cackling for me. As he talked about blacks being thrown in the water and not being able to swim. And now he's thrown in the unemployment line. I actually think HR should capture that cackle, make it a ringtone, fire him, and then play it, you know? See if he's laughing. Then. Now, guess what? He's claiming in a follow-up video that it was just satire. Yeah, I lost my job for this. Come on, I was just kidding. Let's cue it up.
The FBI reached out to somebody related to me. I don't know why they didn't reach out to me. I don't know why they haven't come talk to me. But they asked them if I had anything to do with the what's his name?
I don't even know his name.
The Nolan Wells situation, because of the video of me mocking these idiots, saying those boys did it. And I guess I said, we did it, but clearly I meant we as in, these people, this skin tone people. And yeah, like somebody in the comments said, clearly these morons do not understand satire. So as you all know, I've been doxxed. I lost my job this morning. I had to leave home. Everybody's pissed off at me. Now these idiots are to get a judge involved.
Idiots?
Because I'm a dangerous person, and now they want to try and do something about custody because I'm too much of a danger to be around children. All because of a video, clearly satire. I don't even, I might have a little bit of a country accent, not much, but I was using a country accent in the video. But I mean, whatever. I'm not trying to apologize. I'm just showing the ridiculous of it.
Oh, you don't have to apologize to us.
They had the FBI.
You don't even have to apologize to us. Just apologize to the FBI. You could apologize to Nolan's family. Don't worry. You gotta apologize to us.
Ridiculous of it. The ridiculousness of it. They had the FBI reach out and all this bullshit.
I can't do his cackle. At this point, I'd like to ask our crack indisputable team if they can locate the baby mama. Love to give her a hug. Taking him back to court, huh?
Oh man, that's just crazy, man. I figured I'd share that with you guys. I mean, it was just too funny. I mean, one moment he's all happy and excited and thought he had a good video that was gonna go viral. Well, it sure went viral, all right. It sure went viral, all right. Man, people are crazy these days, man. The stuff that they do, the decisions that they think, the decisions that they make, the things that they come up with, all for some clicks. It's just crazy to me. I mean, there's other ways, better things to come up with to, bring attention to your channel or whatever you're trying to promote. My goodness, that was wild. Much love, shouts to everybody being here. I appreciate everybody's love and support here. I want to open up these phone lines here and let's take some calls, man. Let's take some calls. Give me a second. Let me get the phone line up here. All right, sorry guys. Let me get the phone line up real quick. Let's take some calls here. I want to hear what everybody's thoughts are on these cases here. We've got a whole lot of people tuning in, but I think we'll be able to get some calls in. I didn't even put the number up. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm old. I'm slow. I didn't even get a chance to post it yet. It's the Juice.
Gertrude.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Oh, I'm emotional. You have us all emotional in here.
What? Why are you emotional?
They're playing some shit that just gets people emotional. Maid is losing her mind. She's gonna cut someone before the night's over.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God. That guy you just played.
Just the last one? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the FBI is not looking into that guy for Nolan Wells. They know he didn't do it. They're looking into him because he just proved that he's some kind of weird-ass serial killer. They're probably looking at him for some other shit because he's a sick motherfucker.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know.
Yeah,
that was
definitely.
Weird, though.
He sounds like a serial killer. I mean, when the FBI saw that, they stopped to look at him, you know?
Yeah, they did. He's in trouble now, that's for sure.
Goose, what about this Officer Tatum that I keep seeing now? Is that guy a cop?
I don't think Tatum's a cop. I don't think so. He just does concert for the most part. Is he a cop? Maybe he is, because he does say Officer Tatum. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with him like that. I've just heard of Tatum. I've never really watched him.
I can't stand that guy.
I think I've probably heard him instead of actually seen him a lot of times. I've just heard of him, but I don't know really too much about Tatum. I like him.
This is the first time I've really heard. I'm going to say fuck Officer Tatum. Fuck the police altogether. I said it. Fuck the police. I don't want any. I'm not going to watch an officer or used to be an officer or... I mean, I'll watch it if you show it, but I wouldn't watch him, you know.
Why? What's wrong with him?
I hate that guy. I just can't stand him. Probably because he's a cop. I don't know.
But I mean, like, what is he doing wrong? I mean, I feel like he's doing some good deeds.
I don't like his attitude. I don't like his opinions. I don't like that guy. But, you know, what about Crump? Let's talk about him.
Well, I mean, hold on, because Tatum, he made a good point when it came to Al Sharpton and Crump, because they were kind of making it a race thing, and he said he was disappointed in them. I thought that you don't think so? Wow.
I think that they shouldn't be judged for the things they did or said at the funeral, because the mom was in charge of the whole funeral. The family knew what they were going to do. They knew what they were going to say. They planned that, and that's what they wanted to happen. And that's all that matters, is what the family wanted.
Well, no, I mean, like, before all that, though. Like, before all that, they were making it like a race thing. Before the funeral even happened, like, you know, I think he was saying that they shouldn't be promoting that, you know, because we haven't got to the bottom of it yet.
I disagree.
Like, it shouldn't even be talked about yet until we know, like, the real details.
But it has to be, Juice, because let's say that it wasn't about race. It had nothing to do with race, and it was a terrible accident, okay? Mm-hmm. Them getting up there and saying all that stuff and doing all that stuff still was not a waste, because it just showed people, if somebody black dies, we're going to notice. It doesn't matter if the police don't notice or if the police are in on it. We are going to notice. We're watching is what they're... And someone's got to watch, Juice. And that's not my opinion. It's a statistic, you know?
But what about Nolan, though? Like, what about, like, what, you know, what he cared about, or what, you know... I guess that doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like Nolan liked...
I think it makes Nolan's life really count for something. That, you know, whether or not it was the case in this situation, it still got that word out. It's still... I just feel... And I feel like the sad thing about Crump is that guy probably gets, like, thousands of emails from families that lost a loved one. Don't you think?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So if Nolan Wells made him sit up and pay attention, there's something there. Say what you want. That's a brilliant man.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, we might be surprised. I hope it was a terrible accident, but when the Reverend And when Crump get up and they speak, it's never a waste because it lets everyone know they're watching. The deaths are not going unseen. And I think that's important. And I think Nolan would be proud to be part of getting that word out, you know?
I don't know. I mean, even them, they can't even get their story straight right now. I mean, Sharp hasn't really, like, you know, commented on much. I mean, for the most part, I mean, he's a reverend. I mean, he's there to kind of preach and, I don't know, maybe send a message for the most part. But I don't know. I feel like they both need to calm down a little bit when it comes to the race, because they're a big representation of the African American community. They speak well, especially Sharpton. He's a public speaker when it comes to that, and he's effective, like, you know, politically for sure. I mean, he's been around the block for a minute. And I don't know, I just feel like they should just wait until the time is right to, you know, put that into the equation. I don't know. I just think it could wait. I don't think it needs to be said right this minute. Because this could go a whole nother direction quick. And you don't want that to happen.
Until black people stop getting killed, they need to say it as much and as loud as they can. And if they're wrong, they'll probably be glad they're wrong, you know?
But as a black man, when are we going to let go of the history? Because I mean, you know,
I get that, but you don't see the things they see. You know what I mean? Think about how many people reach out to these men every day to tell them that their son or their daughter got killed, or, you know?
Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from in that sense, but still, I mean, this is just the story itself. Like, we don't know if it's a white or black type of situation. All we know is Nolan liked white. You know, he had white friends, and he was friends with a lot of white people. We don't really know, like, that they would betray him.
And I think really that just comes down to those were his peers. He went to an almost all-white high school. It was 12% black. Out of that 12%, there weren't even that many. They're not all girls. The ones that are, there's going to be some gay ones, some that aren't allowed to date. I mean, the white girls, that was who he knew, who were available, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it just comes down to he hung out with his peers. He dated his peers. He was a kid. That's the high school he went to. You know, and I hope it was a tragic accident, but I just think that if Crump stopped to pay attention, there might be something there.
What do you mean? Like, you don't think he's paying attention at all?
No, I mean, if they got his attention out of all the emails and all the calls he gets every day, he saw something, you know, he did. And then people want to criticize him so much. That is a brilliant man. And it was hard for him, I bet, to read that autopsy right there with Nolan's mom listening. That was all I could think about when they were talking about the organs and the, you know, just his mom is hearing this. Imagine being the one reading it. I would be a little shook too. He was reading that to Nolan's mom, right? She was right there.
Yeah. I mean, they promised us that. They said that they were going to read it as soon as they got it, and they did just that. I mean, they held their word.
Oh, it was so hard to listen to. This whole thing is juice, and what a crazy topic. You know, you have me on here discussing racism with a black man acting a fool, high in the middle of the night. You have the whole chat losing their minds, your whole stream, but you got the awareness out there, you know.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. I mean, those are conversations you really try to not have because it could just go a whole nother way. I think the chat has several times got into arguments as soon as we started talking about race, and that's exactly the point right there. You know, we got people even arguing in the chat because of Sharp and Crump. That's exactly why they shouldn't be saying that stuff.
I mean, I get triggered every time someone says something bad about the Reverend or about Trump. But you know what? She's already losing her mind, so I'm behaving in the chat. But and I'm too high to really type much other than little yellow hearts. But we're not we're not talking about Nancy. Poor Nancy. Let's talk about Nancy Guthrie for a minute, can we?
Let's do it. Anytime.
Oh, I wish they would just bring her home. They would just, I think they have her somewhere, and I want them to just bring her back home.
Like, you think she's still alive?
I do. I still have
No
hope.
way.
I can't. I do. I really do.
Yeah.
I still have hope.
It's been like 173 days. They would have had to keep her on medication. So you think they got medication for Nancy and all that good stuff, huh? They got her pacemaker going and everything.
I mean, the pacemaker's going to just go by itself.
It can last for a long time, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and you can get medication. I mean, you can go to a place to buy drugs and ask for anything, and they'll find it. So that's why I would like,
especially Mexico.
I would love to. Yeah, but I mean, even here, you can find anything you're looking for. That's a weird request, but drug dealers get weird requests every day, you know?
Well, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's out there. I mean, people are selling pretty much everything. So, I mean, yeah, it's out there.
Yeah, you could, if you go to a drug dealer, let's say a meth dealer, and you say, oh, I need some blood thinners and some heart medication, he might look at you funny, but he'll be like, give me a day. You know, 'cause they're going to make their money. So that's what I'm hoping. I hope. I just saw in the comment why is Maid losing her mind, because the people saying the racist stuff in the chat, and she's just I can tell it's getting to be a lot for her.
People were saying racist stuff in the chat. I didn't see anything like that. I didn't see her losing her mind.
Yeah, because Maid's in there putting them in timeout, taking it out. Yeah, this has brought awareness to everyone that it still exists. You're showing the video, they're showing up in your chat. I mean, it's the reason why the Reverend still has to say this. It's it's why Crump still has to say this. And I just
well, I'm not gonna lie, after Tatum got on them about that, they addressed it like right away. Like, and I mean, you could tell like that impacted them. I mean, it definitely made them change the direction a little bit, for sure. Because at that press conference they had, they made sure they kind of cleared the air a little bit. So, I mean, I think Tatum got to him.
I don't know. Fuck Tatum. You know how I feel about Tatum. Fuck the police. Fuck Officer Tatum. I think his opinions are stupid, and yeah, that's it. So I'll let you take more calls. I know people are probably excited. You streamed a little earlier.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in, and thanks for sharing your thoughts as well.
Oh, you have me on one over here, Juice. I'm on one tonight.
I'm sorry. Yeah, well, it wasn't my intentions.
Don't
I just wanted to share,
apologize.
a couple videos with you guys, just so you guys can see how some of these people have been acting. That hasn't helped the case at all.
Yeah. Well, you're bringing awareness. I'm here. Whatever you want us to stand up and pay attention to, I'm here for any of it.
Well, I appreciate
we
you.
We love the juice.
Hey, love you guys too. Much love with Gertrude.
All right, bye, juice.
All right. It's the juice.
Hey.
Hey.
This is Justin, man. Hey.
What's happening, man?
Listener, first time caller.
Hey.
What's going on? I appreciate all you do, putting that awareness out here in the late nights and whatnot, showing up for Tucson and whatnot. You used to play ball at Tucson High and stuff, right?
Yes, sir. Hey, real quick, guys. This is an old friend of mine here. We go way back into the high school days.
I'm 19 years old.
No, we're the same age. Don't believe him, man. Old friend, that man. I'm actually shocked you called, man. That's love, bro. I appreciate
was on Twitter
that.
commenting, and you've been ignoring me and whatnot.
I haven't been on there. I'm sorry, bro.
I
Yeah.
know you. I realized that's why I went over to YouTube, and I'm glad that you took my call. But yeah, I wanted to touch on that Charleston White stuff that you was playing. Like, that
Yeah.
brother doesn't. Excuse me. That brother don't really say nothing wrong. He just talks stereotypes. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
Yeah.
he was talking about the single mother type situation and whatnot, and not everybody goes through that, but most people do. So that's really what I
Yeah.
kind of wanted to bring light on, and kind of have some kind of discourse about.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, he does speak some facts, but some stuff I don't know. I find a little.
Oh yeah, it is offensive and whatnot.
Yeah.
Because, it hits close to home because you have brothers like that, but it also hits close to home because you've seen brothers fail like that though too. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, but to a certain, I don't know. I feel like he should. I don't know his word selection. Some of the things that he
He
says is
hates
kind of
niggas
like.
at the end of the day. That's what it really is.
And he's with a white dude all the time. What's the white guy's name? He's always with. Oh my God, this guy's
Adam
always
22?
gambling. No, not Adam 22. There's another guy.
Oh, Aiden Ross.
Nope, not him. There's another guy that he's always been with. Like just recently, like almost every time he goes live. Oh my God, I can't remember that guy's name. He's like always gambling and he's winning. He's always losing money, but he's always winning bets too.
Yeah, he's some Jewish dude.
I think so. Yeah. But I can't.
He's not white. Let's get that out the way right now.
Well,
I
I think the world looks at him like that because I mean
I'm sorry.
No one knows that though. So I mean the
exactly.
world's view is going to be white. But what you think though, Justin? You think that this is a murder? Or you think this is a
I think it's always up to you gotta scrutinize everything, especially from the South and whatnot. You know me for a long time. You know where I'm from, and I've moved from from the East all the way to the West. So I know every type of advantage for life or in life as far as being a black man. To go upon it, I listened to everything that you had a discussion with the nice young woman on the last call here. She was talking about the school being 12% black. I think we went to a high school that was less than that.
Yeah.
Than the 12%, so, and they didn't treat us wrong, but it was still a different type of situation. They weren't white people, that wasn't the majority, where we grew up. So, but in the South, it is a lot different. And, jealousy is a tool, it is a tool, and it has a sharp edge and it's double-edged as well. It cuts, the victim and it cuts you and whatnot. And I think there's too many questions, too sketchy not to, scrutinize to the point, not to call it racist, everything. Like, I don't agree with Crump. I think Crump is not, I don't even think he's an intelligent person, if I'm being honest.
I have to agree,
Yeah, I think he is a grifter to an extent and whatnot. In this, I came up in the time where I only have to deal with cowboy grifters, talking about this is our year. But now you have influencers getting played by posts every day and whatnot to try to spread misinformation. And we live in a dangerous age and whatnot. I hope everybody watching is educated and know how to, find truth and information here properly. But yeah, with that said, that has nothing to do with it, but it could also have everything to do with it at the same time. So
I agree. I don't look past it either.
Yeah, exactly. Don't look past it as well. Like, but it's all sketchy. It is sketchy. As an innocent person, you're not going to act the way that his friends did, no matter what the scrutiny is. You guys are white kids in Trump's America. Like he shared the video of that dude, talking about, yeah, we did it. This is what we've done for generations. And he did not tell a lie.
That was the truth.
He did not tell a lie. I'm from the South. I still have my slave name, so, and I kept that name. So in hopes of reparations one day, and I'm trying to get the most, but
I don't know why I feel like white guys support us more than they're jealous of us. But I mean,
that's what's always been the change in this country is white people standing up.
Yeah. But I mean,
whether it's by design or by some not higher power, but some that as well. But some type of control within the government, which I can get into the government and how we're controlled by a separate entity, a separate country and all that everything. But we can say that for Tucker Carlson's show or whatever. But that's where I'm kind of at right now. And I just wanted to shout out. I want to give somebody else a call here. I just wanted to talk to you.
Hey, man,
I
I appreciate
everything
it.
that you're doing. And and I'm glad that I found you. Sharing where I'm at on Twitter and whatnot, and we love you over there too.
Hey, man, much love, bro. Man, God bless you, Justin, for tuning in, man. I appreciate that a lot, man. I'm telling Eric about this one tomorrow.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
man.
I'm at work right now, so I'm here every night. If you tuning in, if you're doing late night and whatnot, I see you on Twitter, and I've just started entering those, those spaces where
You're my first friend in real life ever to call in or even so much as comment, bro. That mean you don't know how much that means to me right now. That's crazy.
Hey, Badgers for life, man. Badgers. What else? Desert Storm for life. Florida Chance for life. What else?
Man, we go way back.
We out, yo.
Hey, much love, bro. Much love.
Love, man. Be good.
All right, love you too, bro. Hey, shout out to Justin, man. That's my friend from high school, man. We go way back, guys. I mean, we played ball together for a long time. We go way back. You talk about some high-flying dunkers that could dunk the ball. You talking athlete like Nolan Wells? Oh, we was those guys for sure. I mean, we're still athletes, but I mean, not like we were, of course. We're older now, but I feel like we could, if we wanted to get it back, we could, of course. We're not old yet. But I mean, man, we go way back. Shouts to my man Justin tuning in here. Man, I appreciate that a lot. I think that's the first time ever that anybody like that as a true friend to me has ever chimed in, on the show and called or even so much as commented. Even he said anything on X. That's crazy, bro. Shouts to him, man. That made my night for sure. Sheesh. That's crazy. That was surprising. Shocked me. He shocked me on that one, bro. Shouts to Justin, yo. What's the number? I'm going to post the number here. I'm sorry. I took it down for a second. Feel free to rewind if you don't see the number, by the way. And then I think Angie called. If you want to call back in, feel free to call back in. I'm sorry I missed your call. Otherwise, I could give you a call back if you're still up. My bad, Angie. Shouts to those of you guys here with all the jewels. I truly appreciate that as well. Much love. My alerts box is... Hold on. I want to make sure it's all the way at the top because I keep missing what the alerts are for the jewels so everybody can see them on the screen. But much love. Shouts Gertrude chiming in as well. I mean, it's a tough topic. I mean, that's one thing we don't really have a discussion on is race or politics. And then there's one other one I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, it's a tough topic. It really is. Mr. Juice.
Hey, what are you doing, partner?
Oh, I'm just hanging out, taking some calls, talking about the cases, of course. What you up to?
I'm glad to see that you're back on and you're getting work done.
Trying to. How you feeling? Is everything good or?
Well, I go in to a hematologist next week to start my treatment.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to start with taking blood out. I guess it's a rare blood disorder that a lot of people that have heart issues and stuff, they don't know they have it until after they have blood work drawn because they thought it was just my thyroid, and now it's all of this. But didn't know. Have you heard anything on the Nancy Guthrie case or on the Hooker case or anything new on any of them?
Nothing new as far as the case, but like I was saying earlier, there was a violent home invasion that happened in, it says near the area of Nancy's. It says a woman was physically and sexually assaulted during a home invasion in Tucson around 2:40 a.m. on July 21st. So I don't know if that's related at all.
From Nancy.
But now, why does it? But I don't understand why it says it's near Nancy's and then it says 30 minutes away. It's like what? So I mean, it's definitely not near Nancy's, but it's in the same city as Nancy's. But that's way across the other side of town.
He could be skipping around. You never know.
Yeah. He's still out there.
You
I don't
know?
know. He's probably still here in Tucson.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep, but
Chris.
I think maybe that's just I don't know. I got ideas on that. I think that maybe somebody's just doing that to kind of throw everybody off on the Nancy Guthrie case too. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
You know, thinking that it's somebody else when it's actually the people everybody's been thinking it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff to throw us off, I think. And I think for the most part, I think at this point, we all feel like we were lied to for sure as well. I mean, we don't even know what's really true anymore. I feel like the FBI could have even lied to us at this point. So you never know.
Yeah,
I mean,
you just never know.
they could be trying to twist our heads all up, as they've been doing for the most part anyway.
Yep, that's for sure.
How's Dad doing over there?
Oh, he's resting. He had a big day yesterday. He had to go have some blood work and everything done 6 o'clock yesterday morning. So
yeah,
but he's rest all night. So he's hanging in there. He was
Well, that's
waiting
it.
for you. He thought you was gonna go on earlier.
I know. I'm
But he
switching
has-
back though. I'm gonna start being live earlier now, so everyone should be able to catch me during the days.
Yeah. Well, normally he's up by now, but if he gets up, I'll have him call you. He'll get a kick out of you.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm glad.
He loves talking to you boys. So
Oh, that means a lot. I'm glad he was able to chime in, or he didn't make it, but I was glad he was able to chime in the other day. So,
yeah. All right. Well, don't forget to do the prayers. He said the other day you missed your prayer that day.
I know. Because it was so late, and I just wanted to get going because I knew I wasn't gonna. I didn't think I was even gonna be on as long as I was yesterday. But yeah, you were absolutely right, and I missed it today too. I didn't forget. I just decided to go through with it today because I was just trying to get the ball moving. But you're right; it doesn't even feel right to start without. So
Yeah,
I'll make sure I continue doing that moving forward.
When you and all the other people that I normally watch on here, Criminal Network and all of them, Dad even gets a kick out of watching Alex's cat pray. And
Yeah.
Dad used to not be like that, but since he's gotten sick, he's
Adrian,
starting to come around.
it's
and he
updated
knows
already, so
that
we're
The
good.
Lord's been keeping him around this long.
Yeah. Did you figure out anything with that septic tank as far as the
I haven't been able
I
to
know.
get the addresses, but
Oh, okay.
if
I know I'm
anybody
supposed to
can
do that.
shoot you the addresses, or you can shoot me the addresses, I'll definitely look it up. And I did talk to a guy down here. It's called Hughes Plumbing and Septic
Mm-hmm.
here in our local town, and he said that definitely somebody could have did that, and if they haven't had their septic drained, it'd be a while before they could even find anybody in them. So, because like I said, it's 3 to 5 years down there in your guys' neck of the woods, and I think 3 to 7 years up here. So,
Yeah. Wow.
but
Well, I'm sure we'll get to it for sure. I'll find it. I'll try to find the address. I'll get the address tomorrow. I'll figure out what it is.
okay. And make sure you maybe just drive past the cemetery, like I had talked to you before, and just check that out. Maybe live stream it, or even after you did it.
I
put
thought
it
about
on
that,
there.
but I don't know. I feel like that's kind of rude. I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that
Why
because
would
of
it be rude?
Because I mean, it's not. I don't know if I should go. I don't know. Nancy's husband.
Maybe somebody
I
would
don't
really, some of the chat would really like to see actually the area
His
in
actual
which that would
gravesite.
be at.
Yeah, I don't know why it
Yeah.
doesn't sit with me too well to go by his gravesite, put that on camera. I don't know how
Maybe
the
put
family
some.
would like that
I
either.
mean, you know, do it on your own, you know,
Yeah.
and at least, you know, you could say, you know, whether something went on out there or not, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I'll give it
But
some thought, but I don't
I'll
know.
be down there. God's willing, I'll be down there on the 4th of or on 9/4.
Yeah, I was gonna let you do it because I know you were saying you were gonna come down and try to go by there. I think that's you
Oh
were
yeah,
saying that,
I'll be
right?
coming.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
I'll be boots on the ground while I'm there, God willing.
All right. We'll be looking forward to it for
Whether I'm
sure.
able to or not,
You will.
I'll have
You
my
will.
sister push me around if
Nah,
I got
stop
to.
it. You'll be walking around. You'll be running around doing laps. You'll be all right.
All right, partner. Well, give me a holler with those or shoot it to me.
All right.
We'll get to one bottom of it.
All right, I will. And I appreciate you calling in. Much love to you, Angie.
All right, and God bless everybody in the chat. Keep your heads up, and we'll find out where Nance is.
Yeah, you too, and I'll be praying for you as well.
We got Ohio daddy and daughter here chiming in.
Yeah, yep. I'm pretty sure they're familiar with you, Matt. It's under Matt. I can't remember the last name. I don't know. I don't want to say it
Matt
wrong.
Giles.
I was gonna say that wrong.
Yep.
All right. Well,
No,
we'll talk
you're fine.
again. I appreciate you calling.
All right, Bubby.
Much love to
All
you.
right. You too.
right.
Bye-bye.
Wonderful lady. Wonderful lady. This the juice.
Hey, I'm just calling in to talk about the Nancy Guthrie case.
Hey, welcome in.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Did you hear about Brianna, who gave the whole ransom note? The first ransom note. I'm pretty sure that was today.
Yeah, the lady that interviewed Luke and everybody.
Yeah, and she gave the whole ransom note.
No way.
Yeah.
So
it was. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, it was off. I think it's Crime Junkies, where she was on there, and she was she read off she said that it was the entire first ransom note.
Wow.
Says, dear Savannah, and it gives the Bitcoin address, and it says that they won't be contacting anybody, anymore after this.
So she gives the whole thing because they've been holding on to this for a long time.
That's what she claims, the first ransom note, Yeah.
We might have to postpone the calls to listen to this one. Wow, that's crazy. And she was one of the few that got the ransom letter.
Right. Yeah. She found I guess, because everybody's saying, okay, nothing new. We need to know, the whole thing. We need more information.
Yeah.
And they were saying, well, why didn't they pay the ransom? Well, it's because TMZ leaked the bid address on the 3rd.
Yeah, and yeah.
And no one's I don't see anyone talking about that. And he leaked it before he spoke to authorities that he had received one too.
Mm-hmm.
He went on air and he read it, and he leaked the address.
Wow. And so I've always felt
are you
like.
going to pay?
Go ahead, you're good.
A ransom to somewhere when everybody knows the address now.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. When did he leak it? I thought he just shared a little information, but so what, how did he leak it? Did it show up, was that the address on the back of the paper? Or, because I thought that was a phone number. Did he actually say the address, or how did he actually leak it?
Can you still hear me?
Oh my God. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't hear you at first.
I don't know if we lost signal. So the address, how did he leak it? Was that on the back of the paper? when he was watching.
Yes.
Oh, I thought that was a phone number. So that was the actual address this whole time. I remember him holding a paper and there was the numbers in the back. Oh, okay. Wow.
Right. And then, oh gosh, I think Nerdy Addict, I think that's what his name is.
Yeah.
He was watching that Bitcoin address on the 9th to see if there was any movement.
Wow.
And so, and he said that it was like, we will contact you. That's what it would say in the, in the header or whatever of the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And that's what Brianna also said about the Bitcoin address. So they leaked it. And what's also terrible is that TMZ, Harry Levin, he wanted to blame when they reported on the movement in the account.
Yeah, with the little bit of movement that it got, I guess, supposedly. Yes. They put a little bit of money in there.
Right. Okay. This was
Hold on. Hold that thought for 1 second. Give me a second, okay? Give me 2 seconds. My little man is crying. Let me get him some milk. Mom's went to go get some food. Hold on. You want more? You want more? Okay. I'm back. I'm sorry about that. You there?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We're good.
Okay.
So
okay. So what I was saying, when she said that the in the address or whatever, the header of the account, when you look at it or whatever, it says something like, we will contact you or something like that. That's what I heard on Nerdy Addict like months ago when he was watching it on the 9th.
Wow. How come nobody told me about this, chat?
Then Brianna actually says that also, that the header would say, we will contact you.
Wow.
So what's also crazy is that TMZ, they had this episode where they're like trying to figure out why would he close down the Bitcoin account or whatever. And he tells a story that, FBI got at me saying, I'm going to put something in there, but don't you report on it. So he did. But he did report on it. But But he says it was a Tucson station that did it. No, it was Harry Levin that reported on movement in the account. 15 minutes after they did it.
I always knew Harvey was an idiot. And remember, he kept saying that he was going to stop sharing any of the Bitcoin, any of the ransom information. And then he just kept going. I didn't understand that.
I was like, no, I'm tripping. This has nothing to do with, that wasn't the Bitcoin address. But after she read the whole thing and then she said about the we'll contact you kind of thing on the header, and then I find this thing where TMZ is telling the story that it's the Tucson station's fault for leaking the movement. I was like, what? Am I living in bizarro world? But this is crazy.
Wow. So he pretty much tried to blame somebody else to make it seem like he wasn't the one who did it.
Yes, and because he leaked it on the 3rd without talking to the FBI first.
That is crazy.
You know, that's what happened. That's what happened. Because how was Nerdy watching it? How was Nerdy watching the thing?
Yeah. Wow.
Right?
I got to give him credit on that one. I don't know why I didn't think to look at that paper. I mean, I'm trying to find the video, so I could see if it's actually like clear enough for me to read those numbers. But from what I was hearing, it was, because people were saying that. But I don't know why I was under the impression for a while that it was a number, not a Bitcoin number, like a phone number. That's crazy.
I know. I guess I see people are saying it's a phone number. Okay, all right. But they were blocking it pretty hard. Like, why are you going to block a phone number?
But
why are you writing black phone black on black marker like that?
Either way, I think Harvey's interfered with this investigation by far. I don't know why people are overlooking the fact that he's interfered in a big way, because he shared way too much information.
Right. And I'm telling you, like, when he blames it on the reporting the movement that they did, like on the 15th, he's blaming the Tucson. No, it wasn't Tucson, it was him. He was with that Chris Como, and he was on everybody's station talking about, in the past hour and 15 minutes, there's been movement. I can't tell you what kind of movement, but he reported on it.
Wow. Now you got me wanting to find this video. I want to see if really that's because you said, yeah,
okay.
I mean, and you said white boy, or not white boy, Nerdy was actually watching the movement of the Bitcoin. I mean, where else would he be able to get the Bitcoin address besides there? I couldn't think of anywhere else, unless he was like making it up.
You can watch a lot of things or whatever. But he said something about, I don't know what he was looking for. He was looking for a big amount or something.
Wow. That's interesting. You know? So what is it called? What is it? You said watch the you're talking about the one that Nerdy did?
Oh yeah, the one that,
or watch which
Nerdy
video?
did. Yeah, I think it's on the 9th. It was a live.
That's interesting. And he's just like watching the Bitcoin. Wait, it was the 9th of
February, yeah.
Wow.
And he was just like watching. I guess you can see all these Bitcoins or whatever.
That is crazy. Chat, this is true? I didn't know he was watching that at all. That's interesting. I gotta find that. That'd probably take me a minute, because that's a little while ago.
Yeah, let me see if
I would need to know the name of
it.
the actual video, which would make it a little easier to narrow down. But and his name is Nerdy, Nerdy Addict.
Yeah.
And
then someone
he was live when he did this.
It was February 9th. It was a live.
Yeah. See, and the thing is with YouTube, it won't say, it'll just kind of tell you how many months ago. Okay, it'll tell me the month, but I would have to click on it.
Yeah, I do. Hold on just a minute. Hold on. Get it.
So chat, is this true that Harvey was the one, or is that a number on the back? Let me know in the chat. Is that a number in the back when he had that paper, or was it actual a Bitcoin address? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay,
right, and you can't trust Nerdy at all. That's what I'm saying. He probably made that up.
On his live, and it's live, and then it's the colon, and a new ransom note in Nancy Guthrie case.
Say that the beginning part one more time.
It's Live. That's the name of it.
Okay. Let's check it out. And is there let's see if we could find what she's talking about here. Is there like a timestamp on it? No timestamp. Is it in the beginning or like what part of the video is it? February 9th. Oh, so this is February 6th is what I'm seeing on that one. Maybe there's a later one.
Yeah, it's not to 6. It's okay. I got it right here. Got it right here. It's type in Nancy Guthrie ransom deadline. It's Nerdy Addict. And then it says countdown to 6 million Bitcoin demand.
Hold on, it says this. Nope, still saying the 6th.
And it was done on February 9th.
I see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
And it's like on 2108. That's the timestamp.
And you're assuming that he got that from that paper that Harvey had.
Well, when
one day.
The reason why because I was like, is that the Bitcoin address? Does that have anything to do with it? The reason why I say that is because it's the number, and they tried to hide it. He acts like he didn't want to hide it, right? Then it's Nerdy Addict looking at all of these Bitcoins addresses, seeing for a big amount, right? Mm-hmm. And this is on the 9th, and he says in the caption it's supposed to say we won't contact you, we will contact you, something to that effect. And then Brianna says the same thing today when she's talking about the letter.
Yeah, we definitely after this call are going to listen to that ransom with Brianna for sure. I just want to confirm that, I'm trying to confirm if that Harvey really leaked it on accident. Otherwise, okay. I'm going to assume that Nerdy is just making something up or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm just saying because I don't know for sure what to believe when it comes to him sometimes because I've heard some crazy stuff. But
right. Okay.
I was wanting to find that video with Harvey just to see.
And the reason why I don't even look at Nerdy Ad. The reason why I got that is because Jennifer Coffindaffer's show, they talk about that. And she brings up the Nerdy Addict.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's interesting.
That's weird how like all these people have this, you know what I'm saying? All this this information that they shouldn't have known, because you can only know it if you know the whole letter, and then she comes out and she confirms that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and he did do a countdown.
That says, who's that?
Yeah, it's like
why did he do 5 hours? It's a 5-hour countdown. So
I guess he did it on the 9th
because this is the deadline.
Yes.
Okay.
But like, if you can watch, so you can just go and look at all of these Bitcoin wallets and know what's transacting in all of them.
Ransom letter is the first one.
But my thing is, which one specifically would it be? Like, does he point out the specific Bitcoin that he's taking? It's just because there's a lot.
Somewhere in the headline it's going to say, we will contact you or won't contact you or something like that.
Yeah.
But then he says, he talks about how if it was a big amount put in there or something, this big amount.
Because it shouldn't be a big amount. It's a fairly small amount. I think they put like, what, $100, $300 bucks
No,
in there?
I'm saying this was before, this is before the movement. This was
okay.
This was done on the 9th. This is before the deadline ended. So the only way you're going to have this information is if you know.
You guys can sit here and chat and just watch the Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin. So you can just watch every Bitcoin address in the whole
I got you.
For a big amount?
Last night in the dark, but without reason.
So he's just kind of watching. I believe so, yeah, because it's I think so. Yeah, I think you could watch Bitcoin
So you can watch
There's other
every Bitcoin
sites where
address
You
that
can't.
exists.
It's probably be impossible to watch everyone because there's so many going on at once. But I mean, you could scavenge through them to see if there's any big ones. But the thing is, they weren't doing any big ones because the family didn't get any proof of life, so they weren't willing to.
Well, this was on the 9th.
Right, which is the deadline, but they never paid, so there wouldn't be any big Bitcoin transaction.
Well, he didn't know that
but
on
I
the
get what
9th.
he was trying to do.
Okay, so you can just watch every account. And
But I thought you meant
that
that he had a Bitcoin number, like he found the number and he was watching just that specific number to see if there was any
Oh,
action.
he said that it was. He said that the caption line would say, "We will contact you," or something in that effect.
Mm-hmm. And did he ever find it in the video, or he just kept
No,
like? Because it looks like he's
he
just
didn't.
scavenging through. Oh, so he didn't find it. Okay.
So you can see every account. Is that how it works?
I would assume so. I mean, because the Bitcoin is, they say it's highly traceable, so I would assume you should be able to go track Bitcoin. Yeah, as far
So
as
it is traceable
transaction.
because they keep saying it's not traceable.
Because it's marketed. So I mean, you should be able to. You'll be able to go buy Bitcoin. Like people are selling Bitcoin.
No,
So
I know,
I would
but
only
the
think that
Bitcoin wallet, the Bitcoin wallet.
the wallet itself, I don't know, because I mean specifically he would need that number to see which one. There's so many.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Why was he watching?
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you.
And then,
Yeah. Go ahead. You're good.
no, yeah. Why was he watching? And why? And he has the and if they do match, then the last ransom that TMZ got should be believable also, because he said that guy said, "I closed this old one account and it matched the first account." TMZ said.
That's weird.
But if everyone has the address, then
Yeah, that changes things if everybody has the address. And then with the Bitcoin, I'm not sure if you can go, let's just say you get the actual number of the Bitcoin address. I don't know if you could actually go search it up, and I'm assuming so. I mean, it's an address, so I'm assuming you'd be able to. But if that was the case, he wouldn't be squirreling through to see if there was any action on that one specific one. So I don't think he got the number. Otherwise he wouldn't be squirreling through. On this particular video you're talking about, he's just squirreling through them, trying to see if there's any action on any of them that may come up as far as a big transaction. But
so you can watch. Oh, so every wallet is available to be watched.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you. I could look it up just to see, but I don't know. I'm just saying if he had the address, he wouldn't even need to do that.
Well, no one should have the address. So
yeah, well, that's what I thought you were saying, because you said that he
because I
leaked
believe
the
that it was
address,
leaked. But everyone's saying that it was just a telephone number. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was a number. That's what I thought it was. I never heard anybody say it was because I think he would have took that video down immediately if that was the case too. I mean, it wouldn't even be up there anymore. Because
I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Harry Levin saying that it was the KOV, the Tucson station that leaked the movement, when it was him that leaked the movement.
Yeah, that I don't know either, but I mean, he may have, it might have been him, but as far as the number, I don't know about that one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think somebody's leaking something regardless, but I think Harvey's done enough of leaking himself as far as the information, because
right.
I mean, granted, I mean, all this, when you do know something very, personal about this case, or something that they're not going to put out there for people to know, as far as just certain things, I don't think that the FBI would have wanted him to share any bit of details of what was said in that ransom note at all.
Right.
I think he broke the rules with that one, but he technically couldn't have, if they didn't put any gag order in place on Harvey. And I think that's what they should have did for all the news stations. But which makes me question whether or not there is any gag orders on anybody really, because, you know, some people aren't able to say anything. It seems like, because no friends, nobody has really spoken out that really know information that we don't. So I don't know. That's super weird. I mean, I don't know.
Right. Well, okay. Well,
I'll look into it,
appreciate
though.
you letting me talk it out, because what
Yeah,
you're saying makes
yeah.
sense also.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you chiming in and letting me know. I'm gonna definitely look into that for sure. I want to watch that ransom video as well. With
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, and you keep up the good work.
Hey, much love. Thanks for calling in.
So, okay, no problem.
All right. Oh man, I didn't get her name. I've never talked to her before. Well, good call, man. There's been some good callers calling in tonight for sure. Yeah, I think that was a number. I don't think that was an actual Bitcoin address. And then when you look at Nerdy's video, he's just scavenging through the wallets. Now, I could look it up to see if, you know, wallets are available. I didn't even get to look at chat. Chat's probably saying it, whether or not the wallets are available. But initially she was saying that, you know, that's where he might, I don't think she was saying it, but I think she was saying that's where he might have gotten the number. I don't think so, but you never know. But if it was the case, he would have been just specifically looking at that Bitcoin address. If he supposedly got the number from Harvey and he accidentally leaked it. Now, as far as somebody leaking it anywhere at all, I haven't heard of that. I don't know if anybody's leaked the Bitcoin address. As far as I know, the only person with a Bitcoin address is the FBI and Harvey. Maybe. I don't even know if Harvey has it. I know he did ask if he could, you know, put some money in there or just pay something. But that didn't really necessarily mean he had the Bitcoin address. I'm assuming he did, because I think he pretty much said he did for the most part. So, but I don't know. Was she trolling? Yeah, because I don't remember there being any Bitcoin address in the back of that. But anyway, I want to watch that video.
Some of the boys,
because that video does look like it was recent. I don't know if she was trolling, because that's a really actual video. Was that today? Hold on, let me look. Because I didn't even look at that. I mean, we were talking about a lot at once. Where's that video at? Yeah, this is 14 hours ago. No, I don't think she was trolling. There's the full ransom note that she's talking about. Nobody told me this. And I didn't get a chance to sit down and look up some new things revolving around Nancy. Somebody send him a super chat. Let me read chat real quick. What I miss? Just please forget about them. Well, it's not so much the nerdy side of things. I just wanted to know about the I guess the Bitcoin part of it, but I think we figured all that out. But I do want to watch this video, that's for sure. Don't play it. It's a setup. Don't play what? It's a real video, isn't it? Looks real. Hold on, let me look at it. We won't even play it yet. Let me just skim through it real quick. No, I'm not gonna play the nerdy video. No, I wasn't gonna play that at all. Her voice wasn't right. Dang, guys. Sleuth has a note. I wouldn't trust nothing coming from Harvey or Nerd. Because he will strike you? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not even going to... I wasn't even going to play it, guys. Don't even sweat it. That was an AI voice? Maybe it was, huh? Maybe somebody was trolling me right now. This is not reading the chat. I'll come back in 10 minutes after this caller's gone. Dang, chat! Everybody was bothered right now. They did not like that caller at all. Sheesh. And she's not even in chat. I don't think I've seen her in chat. Definitely trolling? Dang, well, she got me good. I'm listening to y'all, man. I'm taking y'all word for it. The voice sounded AI. I mean, I could definitely change my voice as well. I mean, my voice is not AI. Or the voices that I use, I guess, are not AI. I could just change my voice. go to Sleuth or Brianna. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it sounded like some of what she was saying was lining up because nobody told me about this video. We got to watch this real quick, man. Hold on. We got to watch this. Hold on. Somebody could have called me and let me know, by the way, too. But it's too late now. Let's watch this video real quick.
A true crime story in the headlines this past year. And I actually can't believe I'm saying this, but it has been nearly 6 months since she was abducted from her Tucson home. In my Arizona news reporting role right before I came to Crime Junkie, I was made aware of what was going on behind the scenes, the inside track on what was coming in the investigation, the ransom notes that came into the media outlets, what was being said to me and my team behind the scenes from authorities themselves. And at this point, with Nancy still missing and there being no arrests, I think you guys deserve to know everything that I know. No holding back, unscripted, and this even includes a possible
Yes, come on with it.
That I think really has legs. So, Crime Junkies, I'm Brianna Whitney, but I am not taking you through this alone.
Hi, Crime Junkies. I'm Ashley Flowers. I am actually excited. This is a rare opportunity where I think I'm learning stuff along with you guys instead of telling them the stories. So I think we have a lot to talk about. You're going to bring us some exclusive information on this case that has had everyone's attention for months. So let's just dive in.
Let's do it. I want to talk about literally everything. And I know the Crime Junkies want to learn all the new stuff. I mean, I
want to learn the new stuff.
Right. I want to tell you the new stuff. We're going to talk about all of the details, like the wording, the verbiage in the ransom notes, why that all plays into this brand new theory that I think actually has legs from a chief investigator who lives in Colorado. And those are two really important things. But also the reason why we're here, some of this, is the fact that there was so much going on behind the scenes with law enforcement, the way that this was unfolding, some missteps, but even things that were said to me, to my team, that I've never talked about before, that I think just shows the public why this case has somewhat unfolded the way it has. And there's been a lot of frustration, and I get it. Frustration from me behind the scenes too. So those three things we're going to get into from everybody. And I know you're learning this in real time too. But I kind of want to just take the Crime Junkies through what we know, what unfolded in the first week, in the first
for the people,
month.
like, just in case they've been living under a rock for the last 6 months, like,
Just
give
in
us the
case.
lay of the land, or if, like, we are, we've been somewhere else, like, reorient us in this case.
Right. Okay. So it's the end of January, right? It's winter, Arizona. And I remember the news alerts coming into our phones, like Savannah Guthrie's.
But the thing is, if she was trolling, why would she tell me about this video? Nobody in chat told me about this video. So you mean to tell me a troll in chat told me about a recent video that talks about the entire ransom? I don't know. I'm still questioning if that was even a troll. Damn, that troll was good.
Mom missing in Tucson. Thought it was weird. And I was texting my friends. We were all like, what weird? Like, this is weird, right? But it was
I remember thinking, because, she was older, I remember thinking, oh, she's probably like, it's probably like a medical thing,
So did
or
we.
everyone's like, oh, I remember people talking like she wandered off, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was also a Sunday. So there was like conversation that, maybe she was just out enjoying a walk, got confused, something like that. And we didn't quite know where her cognition was at that time.
Yeah.
But also, how many times have we seen this, that a vulnerable adult goes missing and they're confused, they're found, something like that. So at first we just kind of like, okay.
Monitoring.
It's weird. Yeah, it's weird. We'll check it out. Side note, I had also just gotten knee surgery, so I was like barely mobile. So I was not even in a place to go to Tucson yet, if there was something more. So I was monitoring it literally from my couch.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So there's just a lot going on. We get to the news station the next day, and it's off. Like, there's something off.
The vibes in the station, or
vibes with the investigation. The sheriff had come out really late at night. There was this like impromptu press conference outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. It was late. It was on cell phones.
Oh, this is
Street,
good.
You could barely hear it. Like, it was just
this
odd.
is
It was
good.
almost like very haphazard. And that's odd for something like that.
trying to get ahead of something.
I think so. And so, we
Wow. Go back. There's no way.
press conference outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. It was late. It was on cell phones. They had streamed it. You could barely hear it. Like, it was just odd. It was almost like very haphazard. And that's odd for something like that.
Trying to get ahead of something.
I think so. And so,
wow.
We start looking into this more. And at this point, they're like, this is an investigation. We still don't have a lot of details. And then we learn that there might be evidence that she was taken. that's where the investigation really changed in terms of this isn't just wandering off, there's something more here. Then we learned that Savannah had come back from New York. Obviously, she hosts the Today Show. And just knowing what was going on now, this was weird. So we started looking more into the coverage. And at this point now, they confirmed that she was taken from her home in the early morning hours of February 1st. That becomes important in the timeline to kind of keep in mind. The scene is odd. I got there the second day. And
like actually to her house?
To her house, yes. And just to orient people too, this isn't like a super suburban neighborhood where the houses are close together, they're close to the street. Tucson is very vast, it's very desert, and this is the Catalina foothills area. So these homes are older, they're set back further in the lots, there's a lot of desert brush, there's a lot of cacti.
Yeah.
So when it's dark in that neighborhood, it is dark. There's no street lights. And if you have cameras on your home, they may not be able to see what's on the street, just not only because it's pitch black, but also because they're far away from where the street is.
Yeah.
So knowing that she was possibly taken in the middle of the night, it was like, okay, that could be something you could get away with in this neighborhood. But weird factor number one when we got out there was the fact that you could walk up to the scene. And I remember thinking this was odd. The Pima County—
You could walk up to the scene?
I literally mean the sheriff's department gave us the okay at that time to walk up to the driveway and look at the front door. And that became a key in the investigation because there were drops of blood on the front porch. And you could very much see what it was. And all of a sudden, us reporters who were out there are like, oh, okay, something's off here. And not just that.
Did they not see the blood?
They did. They did. But at that point, the Pima County Sheriff's Department said, we're investigating, we've collected all the evidence, the scene is secure, so it's clear. I said, just don't go into the back.
Secure or released? Like they've released the scene?
They did release the scene.
Okay.
Right, yes. So there was, all they had basically at that point was the sheriff's deputies were kind of like going back up and down the street. At this point now, there's a lot of media that—
I'm low-key kind of sad not one person shared this video with me at all. Are you guys sure you guys seen this? Because not one person has shared this video with me. This is good. I mean, this is really good to know. I mean, this really is like, this is interesting. Oh my God. Wow. Let's just keep going.
Had gotten there. They just said, don't go to the backyard, which we wouldn't do anyway. So I remember thinking that was kind of odd. Like, why are we allowed on this already if she's still missing? It's only been a couple days at this point. But the other key thing about that was the Nest video camera was gone. And obviously you're thinking, well, what did that catch, right? Yeah. And was it stored in like a cloud where they could access the video? So that's all going on. And then the ransom notes happen. This is a weird case, right? Like, this is all weird. We've got a grandma who's abducted or taken. We have blood on the ground. We have a missing surveillance camera. And then these ransom notes start coming in. And it was like—
How soon after did they—
Just a few days.
Okay.
Just a few days. It was in the first week of the investigation. So, like, this is unfolding. Like, each day, there's something new, right? So just a couple days later, ransom notes go into TMZ, and then the Tucson station that was a sister station to the Phoenix station I worked at. And that upped the ante of everything because it gave 2 deadlines demanding millions of dollars in Bitcoin. So now you're like, okay, wait, what's going to go on? And I want to get into what the ransom note said, ransom note number 1 and 2. But that's what a press conference was called. The only press conference, by the way, that we've had in this investigation since it all started. And that's where we learned there was a 5 p.m. deadline on that Thursday. There was another deadline on that Monday. And it started with $4 million in Bitcoin demanded for day 1. And if you didn't meet that, then it was $6 million demanded for the next one. So now there's a ticking time clock as to what's going to happen.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I want to talk about the ransom note with you. And I'm going through my computer just to make sure that I get this all right. There's been bits of this that have been talked about online. There's been parts that people know, but I don't think they know all of the verbiage. And I think this is very important because it sets the tone for what was about to come. So I'm going to read you part of it. This is how it started. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. So they go on then to demand the millions of dollars, and they give the 2 deadlines. But what is key here, I think, is that the money was demanded in USD, so US dollar. Typically, if this is coming from somebody here,
you don't say that.
You don't say that, which is key for this theory we're going to talk about later in the episode.
So they're saying they will only hold her for 7 days.
For 7 days, right. Then they get pretty demanding and snarky with how they address Savannah. And mind you, that's also important, right? They're addressing just Savannah.
Yeah.
They don't say the Guthrie family. Hello, Savannah, we have your mother.
We always wondered if it was like about who she was, or did they just happen upon her not knowing that it was going to garner this attention? But it seems like this was about, or they at least like not necessarily about Savannah, but they knew Savannah had money.
Yes,
at a minimum.
I think so. Savannah, I believe, was obviously the target of where we would get the money from if you were the person who was targeting this. And I think there's a reason maybe why they targeted her. I'll get into that too. Okay. I'm going to read you 3 more parts of this ransom note, and then we'll kind of talk about it after. So this is what it went on to say. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. If the payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be killed. Your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. It is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible. You will not be able to contact me.
Wait a minute, chat. So this is old? What? How come I never seen this video before?
From here on.
Because the last time I checked, she was saying that she wouldn't share this with anybody. Crime Junkie is I don't know if I've ever heard of Crime Junkie before. 600 and, I mean, they got more than 500,000 subscribers. I've never seen this video, and for the last time I checked, this girl said she was not gonna like share she was just on somebody's show recently, and she said she wasn't gonna say what the ransom note said, like word for word. This is the first time I've ever seen her actually say word for word what it actually said. When did she release this, and why didn't she release this on her old platform? Bridget says, I don't know. I don't think this is old. Chat don't even know. Oh, so Crime Junkie just repeats like old stuff? Let me see. Let me see what's going on in here. Oh, so wait a minute. Wait, so whose show is this? This is actually Brianna's show, or is it someone else? It looks like it is Brianna's show. But she's got like her own other separate show. Yeah, it looks like this is her show. Whose show is this? No, it's the girl's show that's sitting next to her. I've yet to see Brianna say word for word what the ransom note actually says. So you guys know, you guys have seen this, like, you've never seen this. I don't think anybody's ever seen this video. I think this is new. This is 15 hours ago, guys. And they're sitting down and doing this interview together. So Brianna is on this girl's show, Crime Junkie. So the girl that's sitting next to her is the one who is hosting this show. It's her show. So Crime Junkie's Brianna's show. No way. Why does it look like the girl sitting next to her? No, that's not Brianna. That's the girl sitting next to her.
Maybe why they
No,
targeted her.
it can't be Brianna's show. Click on the profile. It seems like Brianna's appeared on shows. Maybe it's both of their show. Because there's 2 girls at the top on this page. That doesn't look like Brianna at the top, though. Let's see. It doesn't really say their name. Let's see. Hold on. Let's go to maybe TikTok or something. No, let's go over to X real quick. No exes at work. No, it's the girl sitting next to her show. This is not Brianna's show. I don't think this is Brianna's show. That's not even Brianna at the top. Those are two completely different people. So it's Brianna's show. So then why isn't it Brianna on the page? Who is that girl at the top? That's Brianna? That looks nothing like Brianna. It looks like the girl who's hosting the show. Ah, okay. I was wondering where she came from. So this is like an actual like show. It's not just like on YouTube. I've never heard of this show. So it belongs to a creator by the name of Ashley Flowers. Huh. So she went back to her old job for an interview to talk about this. I don't know, guys. Ah, yeah, she did. She used to work there. It says she was hired. In a new role as a full-time breaking news reporter, she regularly hosts reports on stories across the Crime Junkie YouTube channel. Yeah. It's not saying she's a former employee. It's like she just got there. So she's a part of this new show, I guess, maybe? Definitely not Brianna on the top up there, though. Doesn't look like her, at least. That's a whole other person it looks like. Anyway, I'm just trying to figure out really if this video is new or old. I've never seen her say anything about the ransom note. Let's finish watching this real quick. I gotta see this for myself because she's getting into some details that I've never ever heard before, ever. Run that back.
And I'm going through my computer just to make sure that I get this all right. There's been bits of this that have been talked about online. There's been parts that people know, but I don't think they know all of the verbiage. And I think this is very important because it sets the tone for what was about to come. So I'm going to read you part of it. This is how it started. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. So they go on then to demand the millions of dollars, and they give the 2 deadlines. But what is key here, I think, is that the money was demanded in USD, so US dollar. Typically, if this is coming from somebody here,
you don't say that.
You don't say that.
This is not old, guys. There's no way this is old. She's never expressed any of this stuff before.
They will only hold her for 7 days.
For 7 days, right. Then they get pretty demanding and snarky with how they address Savannah. And mind you, that's also important, right? They're addressing just Savannah.
Yeah.
They don't say the Guthrie family. Hello, Savannah, we have your mother.
We always wondered if it was like about who she was, or did they just happen upon her not knowing that it was going to garner this attention? But it seems like this was about, or they at least like not necessarily about Savannah, but they knew Savannah had money.
Yes,
at a minimum.
I think so. Savannah, I believe, was obviously the target of where we would get the money from if you were the person who was targeting this. And I think there's a reason maybe why they targeted her. I'll get into that too.
Okay.
I'm going to read you 3 more parts of this ransom note, and then we'll kind of talk about it after. So this is what it went on to say. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. If the payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be killed. Your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. It is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible. You will not be able to contact me from here on out. There will be no negotiation. Do not play games. Law enforcement will not be able to help you.
Oh my God.
And then at the very end, they basically give what we learned in the press conference at the time that there was something only the abductor would know, which was she had a white smartwatch that was on the floor near her bed, like at the foot of her bed. And then there was this floodlight that was destroyed in the backyard. So those two clues are what gave the FBI kind of the wherewithal to say,
this is not a hoax.
At least they didn't think so, or they were investigating it as possibly legitimate. They still are, by the way.
Probably also why they kept you guys out of the backyard, right? They don't want anyone reporting,
of course,
about the light. Okay.
And so there was like a Bitcoin wallet, an address that was at the bottom of this that would be where you would deposit the funds. And I think something that I took away from reading this right off the bat was that you will not hear from me. Like they were cutting off communication. It was just like, pay
We don't want
this.
back and forth. We want money. I've told you exactly what we want.
Exactly. The other part that I think is really interesting here, because again, we have no idea where Nancy went, where she is. The specific verbiage of once they get the money, she will be released to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson.
Indicating she's not in Tucson.
That's what I think. Now, could it be right outside Tucson? Very possible.
Yeah.
Very early on, people thought that maybe she could have been taken down to Mexico. The border is very close there. It's easy to access. That's possible too.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this was pretty serious. And I think too, just like taking that tone of like, do not play games. Law enforcement will not help you. I mean, can you imagine reading this?
Well, I mean, I would imagine they'd have to get out of Tucson. Like they know, again, if they knew who they were abducting, they knew she was Savannah Guthrie's mom. You know that there is going to be a massive police press presence as soon as this happens.
Yes. So that comes in. And at first, they gave that to the FBI, to the authorities, to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And at that point, too, is kind of where we were learning what the split was between what the Pima County Sheriff's Department was handling and what the FBI was handling. So it seemed that as the investigation unfolded, that kind of got a little blurry. The FBI was definitely not pleased about the scene being released to all of us. Why? Because they needed to go in and check what other evidence there was that possibly could lend itself to what now was coming in digitally. So,
you know what's weird? I had to stop this real quick. We're going to continue playing this. But you know what's weird? The fact that she pointed out how the sheriff were acting weird in the beginning. Guys, we've never heard the ransom notes, by the way. I've never heard that much stuff of what the ransom said. No one's ever released the full ransom. So there's no way, absolutely no way this is old. Because no one's ever stated what the ransom note actually says. She's giving us all of it. And she's one of the few people that know what the ransom note said because she's one of the few people that got it. Not only that, going back to what I said about the sheriff acting weird in the beginning, why would she be one of the few people that gets the ransom note, being that she was probably one of the few that were first on scene that noticed the blood on the porch? Am I missing something here? I mean, that's weird. Let's just continue the video.
What ended up really playing out was the Pima County Sheriff's Department was more so in charge of the on the ground investigation, the scene itself, kind of that. The FBI was the go-to for everything, ransom note, digital, tracking, all of that you would think the FBI would be involved in. And that became key here. So they have this press conference. That's where they reveal
Sleuth
these
has a
deadlines to us.
There's no way Sleuth has
what's going to happen? Are they going to, what now? Are they going to put money into this? And at this point now, there's a reward that's also, please come forward for information. February 9th was that.
She's not the only one.
Deadline.
There's other people that got it.
February 10th is the most pivotal day in the investigation. That is when the Nest video camera was released by the FBI.
I've never heard this
so
in my
they had
life.
been going through trying to mine what they could that was on that camera. Shane and I were heading down to Tucson because we had gotten a tip, an insider saying, hey, the FBI is going to release this. Director Kash Patel is going to put this on his X.
Yeah, whether she dropped a note today or yesterday, I mean, it doesn't even matter. I'm just saying, even if it was last week, this is new. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. This is definitely new because she was just on a show the other day, last week or a week before last, a couple weeks ago. And she said that she wasn't going to state what the whole ransom note says. She made it clear that she has the full ransom note yet she's never read it or expressed it to the world. So if you're somebody in chat saying that you've seen this before, you've heard all this before, then you've heard it from somebody else like Sleuth, I guess. I've never heard Sleuth having the full ransom note. That would have went like viral. Everyone would have been watching Sleuth if Sleuth has the whole note. Then why didn't anybody say anything that Sleuth read this entire note? Word for word, what she's saying? That's crazy. I believe you guys. I believe you. I'm shocked I haven't heard about this. Let's continue.
His Twitter account. That is how they released this video. And so we're like scrolling, monitoring.
It's kind of crazy.
I know.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I'm like scrolling. We're on our way to Tucson. The video drops. And when I tell you, I'm watching these clips and it is so brazen the way that this person gets to the home that it like sent chills down my spine. Like you're looking at this and you're like, oh my God. Like this is what you see in a horror movie.
Yeah.
This is not real life. And I've thought this the whole time too. This would be a crazy story no matter whose grandma this was, right? Like grandma is abducted. We now have this insane video of this guy who is in a ski mask. He's got like something in his pocket. He's got a backpack. And he gets up to the camera, like face in the camera, and he's got this like shrubbery. He's either trying to like hide it.
What was that? People like dissected this video.
Oh my God.
10 Ways to Sunday. Like it was wild.
Yes. How did he walk? His gait. Could you tell?
The backpack.
The backpack. Yeah. So we still don't really know the shrubbery. Some people say it was to like try to cover it up, but he knew it was there. Another theory that I've heard is maybe he was using that to try to like get it off the thing, like use the plants to get it off the whole.
Like when you guys went to the scene that first time and you showed up, did you think at all that like the police took the Nest Cam as part of their evidence collection, or was it like clear that somebody like ripped that off?
At first it was possible, but it seemed odd.
Right.
It seemed odd because you knew, like in this day and age, 2026, right? Like the physical camera.
But that's what seems odd about them taking it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like, what's the point of taking it? Everything's in the cloud.
Maybe they didn't know. And honestly, and I'm going to get more into this, but like the criminal sophistication of the kidnapper.
How it was carried out, yeah.
It might be a little lower than people think.
Okay.
So we'll get into that. But from now on, I'm going to refer to him as Porch Guy because that is how he has basically become known on social media, is Porch Guy, who's seen in the video, right? This brazen video.
Yeah.
And we don't know how it ends. We only know when he goes in. So we can tell when the camera system was accessed, which was overnight. He goes in, that's then disconnected, still overnight. And then really the last trace of anything we have is when Nancy's pacemaker disconnected shortly after that. So she had a pacemaker. And that was part of this too. Like obviously we're talking about vulnerable and frail. As the investigation's unfolding, the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department is like, look, she had a pacemaker. She had a very serious heart condition. She really couldn't walk more than a couple steps on her own. So like, she did not just up and walk out of her house. And then you're looking at the blood droplets and you're thinking, I mean, it kind of looked like almost like a bloody nose was dripping. I've also heard that potentially like, was she bleeding from an injury and it dripped off her arm, like onto the concrete? The other hope at that point was, well, let's hope that this guy's DNA is in the blood too. And it wasn't. It was just Nancy Guthrie's DNA. So you have that. And I thought, looking at the video, I thought, if you were walking in a ski mask, I would know it was you through and through, right? Like if you're a friend or you know this person, you're going to know who they are with the ski mask on or not. You're going to know the way that they walk.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, great. We're getting somewhere. We're going to figure out who this is really quickly.
Start the clock. Yeah.
Start the clock. And here we are, 6 months later. We still don't know who Porch Guy is, which is crazy. The other thing that was really unsettling about the videos that came out later was that we learned that authorities were like, hey, neighbors, check your surveillance video, not only for the night of the January 31st into February 1st, but also January 11th. That was weird. And we still don't really know why that is an investigative date in this case. It is possible that the videos that Kash Patel put out, that one of them was actually from a couple weeks before she vanished. And there's been some dissection online of whether that's the case or not. It is possible that Porch Guy was casing out the area, the house, before he actually carried out the abduction.
Interesting.
So here we are, right? Crazy week. We got abduction, we got ransom note, we got press conference, we've got video. Boom, ransom note number 2. And ransom note number 2 had a significantly different tone than ransom note number 1.
And by the time you get ransom note number 2, have any of the deadlines passed? Or all of them? Or
I believe it was in the middle of them. So I think there was still, like, you were still going to be able to get to the second deadline.
Okay.
But I want to read to you what this said. And I guess actually before I read it, Savannah Guthrie and her siblings had been very outspoken at this point on social media. She was using Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, basically putting out these like pleading videos like, we want our mother back. What can we do? Please show us proof of life. Proof of life becomes a huge part of this whole thing, right? If you can show that you have Nancy Guthrie and proof of life, then they'll pay, right? And they eventually offer also over $1 million. I mean, they want Nancy back. So that's what they were waiting for. But obviously, you're not going to willy-nilly put money into a Bitcoin wallet without proof of life that this person actually has Nancy.
Yeah.
So ransom note number 2, I've actually revealed a lot of the details on our Crime Junkie social media pages just a couple weeks ago. And the reason why was because inside sources were giving media networks and outlets like bits and pieces of ransom note number 2. They were reporting it. And I was like, at this point, people just need to know what it said.
Yeah.
But for those who haven't heard it, this is the verbiage that's in ransom note number 2. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical conditions. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. She is buried in nature now. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We are truly sorry. And there was a lot of debate back and forth online on whether there was an apology or not. There 100% was at the very end of this. So obviously the tone has completely changed, right?
Yeah.
Whoops, sorry, I didn't know I was muted. Shauna, I was just trying to respond to Shauna. I don't know if I got what you meant. She says I said oh, okay, now I kind of get what you mean. She said I said that with love, definitely not. Oh, my chat keeps falling down. My goodness, I can't even keep it steady. Let me go to somewhere else. Good to see you, Army, by the way, man. Shouts to Army plugging in here. Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. That's probably why she was calling me. I know there are many like me out there who have the same issue. I can't listen to JLR at all when he's slurping coffee and drink and or eating. I usually mute when I eat. I muted when I was eating. I just ate a burger right now, but I don't think you heard me eating the burger because I muted my mic during that time and we were watching a video. But sometimes every now and again I'll get a drink. Sorry, I try not to. But you know, we get thirsty sometimes. We gotta have a drink. A lot of talking involved here. All right, let me continue this.
And clearly at this point, if these are true, in week 1 of this investigation, Nancy Guthrie had died. Now, obviously they're trying to, divert any blame from them, like, hey, it was her health and we didn't know that. So we're not culpable, but sorry. And then goodbye. Buried in nature. Now, verbiage, right? Remember the USD, the US dollar, right? This is also a weird way of speaking. She perished shortly after she was taken. She is buried in nature now. It's just a little off. And I believe this may be because the person writing the notes is foreign. English is their second language, or they are using like a translator to get their point across. We'll get into that in a second. So now you have ransom note number 2 that we now know behind the scenes is happening, right? But the FBI and PCSD, they were never revealing what ransom note number 2 said, just that it was received. But Savannah went on to her social media and said, we've received your note. And at this point now, like, there's a very clear tone change in her too. And the retired investigator I talked to said it was very much like a hostage negotiator type tone. You could tell that she had worked with the FBI. But at this point now, they're pleading to get Nancy
Maybe you're
back,
off.
no matter
and because you're off, you think I'm off.
Dead or alive. Yeah. And you can tell at this point that she's like we'll do anything to bring her home. Like that became the hashtag was like, bring her home, no matter what. And I just personally watching this happen, like reporting on it, like I was doing the job that Savannah would typically do on a massive investigation, right?
Yeah.
She is a seasoned anchor reporter. For her to have to be the story, heartbreaking, like awful. And I could not imagine the position that she was in, especially because we didn't know if her job was part of this and she didn't know if her job was part of this. And it was just like heartbreaking to watch these videos. But there was never proof of life. The only thing that ever happened was that there was a very small amount of money put into the Bitcoin wallet that came in that first ransom note.
By authorities?
We don't know who put it in there. We can assume that it was authorities and the Guthrie family together, or one of the
Were you guys
other.
like watching it? Or
Yes, we could monitor it. There's only certain people who can monitor it who had the note. We could monitor it. We saw a very small amount put in. It was like a test with this like attached note that said, like, contact us, we are ready to talk, something along those lines. And nothing else ever happened, though, in that ransom note. That Bitcoin wallet was never active again, and nothing came of that. So my thought was, they're asking for proof of life. Clearly, if you believe these ransom notes are legit, they can't prove proof of life, so, like, done. But we didn't really know if it was done or not, because we didn't know if the ransom notes were legit either.
Yeah.
We still don't really know if they're legit. They're
Oh, I hear you as far as the typing. Yeah, I can't help it. I'm sorry. Sometimes I have to type because sometimes we're researching and stuff like that, but I'll try not to. I mean, eventually I'll get some like silent keys. These were supposed to be silent keys when I got this keyboard, but they're like the loudest ever. But I try to mute when I'm typing. It just depends on what I'm doing. If I'm actively talking, then sometimes something might come about where we're trying to research something, so that at those times you'll probably hear me typing, but for the most part you won't hear me typing in the background unless I'm doing so. But I will try to not type so much if it bothers you. I like to meet a lot of you guys halfway when it comes to certain things that are bothering here. So thanks for bringing that to my attention too. I appreciate it. I love the clicks. Yeah, that's even loud too. I notice it because I always go back and I don't watch my whole streams, but I do go back and watch my streams because, I mean, you have to watch yourself to get better. So I always go back and, I watch a few things here and there. And I do hear the clicks are very loud. And then also the typing are the main two things that are loud. I don't like it either, to be honest. I would rather it be silent and nobody knows, so they don't really have any idea of what I'm doing, because it makes it less presentable as a show rather than you just getting on, going live, and then you're sitting here doing research. I mean, I don't like that at all. So anyway, let's continue this though.
has been some reporting in the past month.
Much love, Guthrie.
Reuters came out and said that they had this anonymous FBI source that had said all ransom notes in the investigation were fake.
Yeah.
All of
that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and just like a week ago. And the FBI, I mean, I'm like calling the FBI, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, is this true or not? And mind you, like, there's these two ransom notes that came in. And then there's like this slew of all these notes and emails and things that are coming in to, namely TMZ, that have been reported over the past couple months as well. Like, one of them was this email that came in from this guy that was like, I know the kidnapper. I have video of Nancy alive on her last day with the kidnapper. It's on a phone in a secure location. And if you give me a Bitcoin, then I will reveal the safe location. Crazy. I mean, these are just like crazy things. We don't know if that's legit. Yeah. But we do know that the FBI arrested somebody very quickly early on in the investigation for sending a fake ransom note. So we do know that they're able to determine what is and isn't real pretty quickly. That person has pleaded guilty. So that kind of leads you to believe that if they can deem that to be true, and if they're not saying anything about some of these emails, that they're still looking at these two notes as being credible.
What connects the second one to the first one?
Came in through the same tip line to the news station. They basically they believe they referenced some of the same things, and it was a different IP address, but sent in the same way with the same kind of tone. So they believe that those were the two that came in from the same person at this point, that those two are related. Is it possible that they're not? Sure.
Yeah.
But the way that this was sent, and like mind you, too, that's like a pretty interesting way to send something.
All right, guys, part 2 will be coming tomorrow. I'm joking.
Through a anonymous tip line to a local news station. It's like a jot form. So the way that it's sent, you don't see it, but they use different IP addresses, but they couldn't like track it. That was part of what was like, causing the issues as well. So you have those two things happening. At this point, the FBI has come out and on the record said that, yes, some ransom notes and some emails we've deemed to be bogus, but there are still some that we are investigating as possibly legitimate in this kidnapping ransom case, which is likely these two that we're talking about. We also don't know what else is coming behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And that's what's hard too, right? We've had no information trickling out. And I think from my perspective, reporting on this, there have been a lot of missteps. Like so much so that I'm honestly concerned about if we ever get to an arrest, what the prosecution is going to do to actually try to get justice in the case. Because for one thing, the scene, right?
Yeah.
Like that was bad. And the sheriff, Chris Nanos, did admit, like, we probably shouldn't have done that. We probably should have kept it secure. Yeah, I'd say so because my DNA might be on the driveway and the porch. There were a lot of people up and down there. So, like, if that's a contaminated scene in a court of law,
that's so wild.
I mean, that could really impact everything. It's totally wild. Then you had what felt like this kind of tension between the sheriff.
I mean, Harvey did not say all of this. He said some of this stuff, but also Harvey was never here. He never came down here. She was here.
Department and the FBI. And some of that came to be like where the DNA was sent. So PCSD was using this private lab in Florida and they were sending stuff there, but the FBI wanted to use their lab in Quantico. It's like a premier lab that they can try to get things back quickly. And there was like this kind of like chatter online of like, okay, well, so-and-so doesn't know where this DNA is being sent. We wanted to send it here, but you sent it there. And they had to address that and they'd be like, it's fine. But like
but it clearly is not fine.
It was not fine. So you had
Mom
that.
and Dad are fighting. Like,
right. And then let's talk about some of what was said to me and my team behind the scenes from the sheriff. So I haven't talked about this before, but I think this kind of highlights how this all went. To clarify where the DNA evidence was going was of the utmost importance to accurate reporting, right? Yes. In Arizona, the nightly newscasts are on at 10 p.m. That is standard across the board. And as we all know in this job, the news doesn't sleep, right?
Yeah.
But it's especially not sleeping in the biggest investigation in the country at 10 p.m., which is not even that late. So we were getting ready for the evening newscast. And this is among like where the DNA evidence is going. What are you testing? How are you testing it? And my team sent a text to Sheriff Chris Nanos just trying to clarify what was going on with the DNA evidence so that we could be right before the newscast. So this was around like 9:50 that the text was sent to him.
And this is like, what, a week out?
Yeah, this is within February. So it was like a week, within like 1 or 2 weeks since she was missing. Still, we're talking like top lead story headlines across every news network every night at this point still. So my team texted him trying to get clarification. We immediately received a text back from him that said, "Did you happen to notice the time? Give it a rest."
What?
When I tell you, we looked at that text. I looked at the text and I was like, you've got to be joking. First off, that text took more effort than simply a no or a yes or don't respond.
And
this is crazy. She's never said any of this, bro. She's never said any of this stuff. This is crazy. I am literally losing my mind right now. This is crazy. Oh my God.
We immediately received a text back from him that said we had like a week going on with the DNA evidence so that we could be right before the newscast. So this was around like 9:50 that the text was sent to him.
And this is like, what, a week out?
Yeah, this is within February. So it was like a week, within like 1 or 2 weeks since she was missing. Still, we're talking like top lead story headlines across every news network every night at this point still. So my team texted him trying to get clarification. We immediately received a text back from him that said, "Did you happen to notice the time? Give it a rest."
What?
When I tell you, we looked at that text. I looked at the text and I was like, you've got to be joking. First off, that text took more effort than simply a no or a yes or don't respond.
And to the point of timing, this isn't a year out and you're bothering him with his like family. Like, I honestly kind of expect you to be on it at 10 p.m. a week out if we still haven't found her.
100%. I bet the Guthrie family did too. I mean, I'm thinking like Savannah's not resting. They're not resting. We're not resting. Like, that just was such a snarky response to give it a rest. You're like, she's missing.
That, guys, that is the most weirdest, oddest thing. And the way she started this anyways by saying that, you know, Nanos was weird because of you know, how everything went from the get-go. And the point that she's making right now is the fact that he shouldn't be resting at all. There's a person that's supposedly missing out there and a suspect that's on the loose. But she's basically hinting to me that he has something to do with it. This is insane.
And this is like your job.
This is your job. And there was something that the sheriff said too in that press conference, basically said, like, you guys hold me to all my words. Like, yes, you're the sheriff of the most important or maybe biggest true crime investigation missing person that is happening in real time in this country. Yes, we are holding you to your words because what you say is exceptionally important. In that time frame, everything just went downhill. On social media, people were fed up with Sheriff Nanos. He wouldn't do a press conference, but then he was doing like individual one-off interviews, including with me, but saying different things in these different interviews. So then you'd have to go back to like the public information officers of the sheriff's department and be like, hey, he said this in this interview, but didn't say that in this. Is that true? And it would be like, you know, either we can't confirm or we can't comment. So then that just like muddied the waters even more, right? With what was true and what wasn't. And I just feel like factually we needed to get the right information out there.
Did he just not know what was going on? Or like, was he, what was that?
Great question. I still honestly don't know. And there are things that have been said from him throughout these different interviews that I think he just kind of says, and like it's not backed up by fact. Somewhat recently, he went on to a news station and said that there's been like arrests. There haven't. There's been no arrests. And that's kind of the other part of this too. When we're talking about the missteps and just like the weirdness of it all, in that first month, there were 3 people detained in the case. One of them was a DoorDash driver that lived south, like an hour south of Nancy Guthrie's home. His name was Carlos. He was detained, questioned, and then released. And then there were 2 other people who were detained in the case, Mary and Luke Daly. Mary was Luke's mom. They lived pretty close to Nancy Guthrie's home. I interviewed them both, and they still don't understand why they were detained. We still don't know why they were detained. Many people online still believe that Luke Daly looks like Porch Guy. I mean, they have online, court of public opinion, have decided that Luke could be Porch Guy, but Luke is adamant that he is not. We still don't know why these 3 people were detained. They were all released. There's been nothing more that has come of that. And there has been, as far as we know, no other detainments. And I think we would know that if there was in the case. So that's like where this kind of ends, because there's nothing more. We know that DNA is being tested.
More DNA?
Yes. So something that also, I'm like remembering this as I'm going with you. I don't know if you heard about this, but like the black glove of it all was like a big part of this. So there was.
Tell me why that came to mind like 10 minutes ago into this video about the glove. And the first thing that came to my mind, I haven't watched this video. I don't know what she's going to say, but the one thing that came to mind before she says it, if I think, I'm thinking what she might just say right now, tell me why I think they did that. Tell me why I feel like the sheriff did that. I don't know why I've always thought that they're the ones who are leading us to all these leads just to stir the pot and make it seem like they're really making efforts to do something, when in reality, they're the ones behind it.
See, the abductor was wearing gloves, so that became like a key. What kind of gloves are these? Let's look for gloves. There was a black glove that was found on the side of the road about 2 miles-ish from Nancy's home that was tested, and that came back unrelated. It came back to DNA of a nearby restaurant worker.
Okay.
But then there was like other gloves found near Nancy's home. Like everyone was looking for gloves, like a scavenger hunt for gloves. And the sheriff basically came out and was like, "Oh, we're all, like our investigators like disposed of gloves on the ground.
What are we doing here?
No, I don't know." And I'm like, why would we do that? If we're looking for gloves, why are we just disposing of the gloves on the ground?
Guess which one are ours? Guess which one aren't?
And he was like, some of them, they were blue. It's like, okay, blue, black, glove. Let's just not put them on the ground, right? Let's not. So the gloves part of this investigation hasn't really gone anywhere. But we do know that they were able to get mixed DNA from inside Nancy's home. What I mean by that is like, there are multiple profiles in this DNA sample.
Whatever it is, wherever it was from.
Whatever it is, wherever it's from, right? And so they need to separate that. And like part of that becomes, obviously we expect Nancy's DNA to be part of that. Yeah. She's in the home. But like who else's DNA could be part of that? Perhaps her daughter, her son-in-law.
Friends who visited.
It's
that's not necessarily the smoking gun. It could be the thing, but it could mean a number of things that are completely unrelated.
Right, exactly. So they need to separate that DNA and see if there's like an unknown profile that matches somebody who shouldn't belong in the home, and then do genetic genealogy on that. We haven't heard anything more on that. I actually thought we were going to hear more about the DNA by this point, and we haven't. So,
Shauna, you're good. I agree with everything you said. I don't know if somebody's messing with you in the chat. Let me know. But you're good. You're good. I'm just enjoying the video here. Hope you're doing the same. Yeah, you're good. I agree with everything you were saying. I don't know if you caught what I had said earlier.
So that's ongoing.
I'd be surprised. I mean, like, especially with mixed samples, I know that getting like a sample that's like good enough to do genealogy or like enough is like very difficult.
Yeah.
And even if they get to that point, then you have to like contend with the fact that like, depending on like who our perpetrator is. I mean, there are so many like populations of people who are underrepresented in these databases that take forever to find, if you find them at all.
And that could very well be the case.
Yeah.
So that should still be going on behind the scenes. We haven't gotten an update on that. And then there's really been like tips or just random things that have come in throughout the couple months that are like, oh, a tip came in to this group in Mexico that Nancy was buried at these unmarked graves. And they sent investigators out there. They didn't find her. That didn't come to fruition. Then you've got TMZ receiving these emails. Oh, her last known days are on this phone and this video and this secure location. If you give me this, I can get there. And obviously nothing's come of that either. And that's like kind of where this all stops. Like this is where we're at now. 6 months later, I cannot believe that this is where we're at with no answers, no arrests. We don't know where Nancy is. And we don't really know what exactly is happening behind the scenes or what's come in besides the fact that they're DNA testing.
Wow.
So, why did this happen? Right? Like, what do we think? And that's where I recently interviewed a former chief investigator who has come up with what I think is a very educated, well thought out, well-researched theory. There's been a little bit of chatter of it online. She's talked about it. She kind of put out this paper on it. But I really wanted to dive in deep with her. And based on everything we know.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm going to make sure I pray for you, Shauna, as well. And I appreciate you stopping through to watch this while you're even going through what you're going through. I know that could be tough. And yeah, I remember we have had a conversation as well. And I hope you're okay. And I hope you're enjoying yourself. And don't let anybody get you in chat. And if there is anybody doing that, just feel free to chime in and let me know. I don't mind addressing it as well.
I think that this could be very plausible. Again, anything could be the case right now, right? Like we don't know where Nancy is. We don't know what's happening. But why did this come to fruition in the first place, right?
Did this investigator have the information about the notes that
some
we
of
all
them
have now?
She had some of them.
Okay.
And the US dollar is actually going to be the key here. So her name's Lisa Miller. She's out of Colorado. She's been featured on like a lot of different news programs, true crime. She is a seasoned investigator. Now she works as a consultant. And so she basically put together this like pages long Substack report or paper on what she believes happened here. And weirdly enough, right after she did that, this cybersecurity firm actually came out and categorized the Nancy Guthrie abduction as the same thing she had talked about. So that even made it feel more credible. So let's talk about it. Lisa Miller believes that this is something called an evolved wrench attack.
What is an unevolved? I don't even know what a wrench attack is.
Neither did I. So a wrench attack basically means that you are targeting somebody's digital assets, namely Bitcoin, cryptocurrency.
Okay.
Like they are wealthy in this. You are targeting them for that to extract that from them. Now, Nancy Guthrie Nobody is saying that she was just had all this Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, right? So that's what kind of makes this evolved. The thought here was that she was the target, the vulnerable target, and Savannah basically was like, we're going to leverage Savannah's wealth by abducting Nancy Guthrie to extort the money that we want in cryptocurrency.
Okay.
So, following?
Presumably because that's like the most untraceable, or?
Yeah, that's what way less traceable than any sort of other money transaction. So what are the factors here? Savannah Guthrie, public figure.
Hold on, I gotta go back. I gotta go back here real quick. Sorry, guys.
Is that you are targeting somebody's digital assets, namely Bitcoin, cryptocurrency.
Okay.
Like, they are wealthy in this, you are targeting them for that to extract that from them. Now, Nancy Guthrie, nobody is saying that she was just had all this Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, right? So that's what kind of makes this.
Don't worry, Shana, I'll make sure I address it. If that happens again, you're good.
Evolved. The thought here was that she was the target, the vulnerable target, and Savannah basically was like, we're going to leverage Savannah's wealth by abducting Nancy Guthrie to extort the money that we want in cryptocurrency.
Okay.
So, following?
Presumably because that's like the most untraceable, or?
Yeah, that's what way less traceable than any sort of other money transaction. So what are the factors here? Savannah Guthrie, public figure, right? We know that she likely does financially well, given her job and what she does. But there's two things that I think might have been the reason why this was the Savannah and Nancy Guthrie target itself. One, Savannah's always public, but she had been even more public lately because she was getting ready for coverage of the Olympics. So there was a ton of promo and press on NBC that was going on about that. But they also had recently done these segments, the anchors of the Today Show, where they were going to their hometowns in November. And it's actually a really cool and cute story. I just rewatched it last night. It was like 8 minutes of Savannah going back to Tucson, Arizona, checking out University of Arizona, where she was, looked at a sorority, where she ended up getting her law degree. Like, she talked about all of that, and then why she loves Tucson so much. And one of her favorite places in Tucson is this restaurant called El Charro. And in the piece, she goes there with her mom, Nancy, and her sister. And I mean, you can feel the love. It's so palpable as to this family loves each other. And they're talking about the history. And Savannah's basically asking her mom in this, what made you stay in Tucson? And she was just like, I just love it. The pace of life, it's slower. She wants to watch the javelina run. And there had been neighbors that had posted on social media too. She installed cameras at her home because she wanted to see the wildlife. She wanted to see what Tucson, Arizona has to offer as your home. And it's quick. She's not in it a ton, but you can see she's there. You can see why she loves it. Savannah's kind of showing the remote, vast nature. We don't know if that's something that these people saw, but it was something that her mom was recently featured in that showed them at home in Tucson. And her mom is, a vulnerable adult. So she had been very visible, right? That's what anybody would have seen Savannah on more. So there's basically two parts of this theory that come to play here. One, I'm going to refer to him or her as the mastermind. There's the mastermind who is likely overseas or foreign, who comes up with the digital plan of it all. Basically, the sophisticated plan of the communication, of how they're going to extort this ransom in cryptocurrency. They're highly sophisticated. That's how you know how to use the different IP addresses. They're using this encrypted tip line. This is somebody who knows what they're doing, right? This is something that they do. So you have the mastermind that comes up with the plan, and then, according to this theory, they hire what we would call the local actor or the local recruits. Porch guy. So Porch guy likely was hired by the mastermind, somebody who's local to either Southern Arizona, perhaps Mexico, and it could have been him and maybe another person, right? We don't know if there was a getaway car or somebody else that helped pull off the physical abduction. And over and over and over again, while reporting on this story, I had so many experts, retired FBI agents, retired homicide detectives, tell me that based on the video and the way that this abduction was carried out, that this person was not a skilled criminal, not sophisticated. This was a sloppy job, X, Y, and Z. And I kept thinking, okay, But
Then
like
what are we
they
doing
pulled
here?
it off.
Yeah, right.
Like so how sloppy is it? And I think that that's where these like two people come into play. The brains of it all is coming from the mastermind. The porch person, the abductor himself, is just like being paid to carry out this job. And maybe they aren't super skilled, but they did enough to pull this off, right? So it all starts as planned. The ransom note is sent. Here's your deadlines. Nancy's been taken. We're going to get the money. And then the plan completely fails because they didn't account for her health condition. And I don't think that they accounted for her to die. And that's where this all kind of starts to fall off the tracks. So you've got the Guthrie family begging for proof of life.
Yeah.
They can't give it. So now you've got the ransom note from the mastermind, who's like pretty cold, right? Like removed.
Yeah.
This person is likely thousands of miles away, does this, for like a living, and was just like, we didn't plan for that. Sorry. Out, right? Now, porch guy, left with Nancy, has to find somewhere to bury her remains and try to get out unscathed. So you've got this problem of now what do you do? Because if the mastermind had left, like kind of left the investigation, like cut ties, didn't work out, moving on, and porch guy or whoever is involved in the actual physical abduction of it buried her remains somewhere and fled, where do you go? Like you're stuck. And part of the problem here is the fact that if the mastermind is foreign, right? And what leads us to believe that is that's the person writing these ransom notes. That's why they're USD, perished, like things you maybe almost would either use a translator, perhaps like ChatGPT, I don't even know. But like things that you and I would not say to each other is likely coming from this person that is concocting this whole plan from afar. Now, it's possible the FBI knows more than we know, and they maybe are able to figure out like where this person is, but it is also possible that wherever this person is doesn't subpoena or extradite to the United States of America. So that could be a huge problem with like access that the FBI could get. It's also possible that they've encrypted everything and there is just no trace of them. So now the question, according to this theory, and with Lisa Miller, who shared this with me, was like, so now what? If the mastermind and porch guy have cut ties with each other, the mastermind may know why the plan was concocted, how they came up with Nancy and Savannah, what they wanted to do with it, but they may not know where Nancy is now, her remains. And porch guy may know where Nancy is now. It's likely that that person has fled, either possibly to Mexico, knows where Nancy is, isn't telling mastermind, and doesn't really know why the plan ever came to fruition in the first place. Porch guy may not even know the identity of the mastermind, just getting paid for a job. So if they're not communicating, you're stalled.
Who sends the second note in this scenario?
Mastermind. All communication in this theory is coming from the mastermind themselves. All the communication.
If he doesn't care, though, like why bother? Why take the risk? Why bother sending that?
The second one?
Yeah.
Or the first one?
The second one.
I think because he wanted to like, done, cut ties. This isn't going to work.
Oh.
You won't hear from me again. Like, right? Like, you're not going to hear from me again. We're done here. And kind of like put that like closing chapter. And if that is the case, that ended in the first week of this investigation. Everything. She'd passed. This would be the last communication.
Wow.
So now what, right? According to this theory, for there to be any movement, you would need there to be incentive for the mastermind and or porch guy to come forward with more information about where Nancy's remains are and to believe that they could still make a buck from doing that.
Money.
Savannah Guthrie and the Guthrie family has been pretty outspoken that they will pay to receive Nancy. They want to bring her home. They want closure. If she has passed, as they believe she has, they obviously want to like pay their respects, say their goodbyes, and like have her home.
Yeah.
So is that enough for them to come back forward? So I only see 4 options forward here, if this theory is correct. 1, the mastermind reopens communication with the Guthrie family. Is that through a news station tip line? Is that directly to them? I don't know. Obviously, huge liability there if they do that.
Mm-hmm.
But if they feel like they can get the money, that's one way. Number 2, DNA results come back and they identify who porch guy is.
Mm-hmm.
That would be great if that happened. I don't know if that's possible. Number 3, somebody comes forward with information who can identify porch guy, which we were hopeful for 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And number 4, and this might honestly be what I think is realistic, that Nancy Guthrie's remains are eventually found somewhere in nature by like a hiker or somebody doing target practice out in a rural area. I do think it's possible they're in the desert in southern Arizona.
That's a lot of desert.
It's so vast. You and I have both been there. I mean, it is just, it could be years. And I do think that that's how possibly that she will be found. But all of these like lack actual answers. Like, who is the mastermind if that's true? Who is Porch Guy? Will we ever get the why?
Yeah.
I don't know. But obviously, like, number one now is just like bring Nancy home.
And how, I think the question I have is like, how often is this happening? This seems like not a one-off thing, right? This seems like a practiced, like you knew exactly what to do. There's a name for this, right? This wrenching or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how often is this happening, but it's not Savannah Guthrie's mom? You know what I mean?
I think more than we think, because when I was going and looking up the wrench attack, like not just the definition, but just more reporting on them, I noticed like an Associated Press article came up from last year. Like there was more articles that were coming up about this rise in wrench attacks. And this one just might be a little bit of a different one. And yes, has gotten immense spotlight because it is Savannah Guthrie's mom. But this is something that seems to be on the rise, like targeting digital assets. The fact of it, though, is like, how were they able to pull off an abduction of a grandma in 2026, where DNA is huge, where cameras are huge? Like, I still can't believe that we're here now.
Do you think they're going to come out and do a press conference or say anything? Or like, is it just going to be like silence still?
I think that a press conference will happen only if there is a massive update. I do say that, though, and we thought that the video when it was released of the abductor was a massive update, and they didn't do a press conference then either. But like, I think at this point, the options are like, either they identify who Porch Guy is and they arrest him, and that's a press conference. They identify where these ransom notes are coming in from, or deem them like, these are legit, we've identified who they came in from, that's a press conference. Or obviously if Nancy is found. But it just feels like so radio silent right this second. And that's the problem. People have like relied on inside sources to try to come forward with any information, because we've learned not a lot from the actual agencies. They're not saying a lot. And so it just leaves people like wondering, speculating, guessing, theorizing. And I do think that this could be credible. And based on everything we know, right, like the way these are written and like how this has been carried out, this is possible, but it's still really unsettling. Like, we don't know what happens. So I'm going to be back in Arizona, and I am going to stay on top of this case. Like, I've never seen something like this. And I hope for everybody's sake that we get some answers here, that the Guthrie family gets closure.
Yeah.
I hope the crime junkies can watch and listen to this and feel a lot more educated about everything that's gone on in this case, and like really understand what's at stake here and what's been said, in hopes that like there are answers sometime soon.
Yeah. So make sure you guys hit the bell notification. Like Brianna said, she's going to be back in Arizona. So if anything happens, she's going to be boots on the ground, still reporting from Arizona, and you'll be back.
Man, what a oh my God. I'm glad I watched that one. Listen, she has been here. That's what separates from her. That's what separates her and Harvey, first of all. Harvey has not been here. So she got a chance to read the people that were involved in this investigation, not just read the ransom note. And once you're here on the ground, I'm telling you guys right now, this is exactly why doors started to open for Chris from the interview room. Once you come out here and you feel it, especially for those who have been here. If you were here on day 2, day 3, and you were here when all this is going on and you watched all this stuff going on, you have a better understanding than anybody. If you were physically here, it's just different. It's just a whole nother vibe when you're really here in that neighborhood. When you're in that neighborhood and you get to, you know, get a feel for the sheriff and the neighborhood, the neighbors themselves, it's very different. It's very different. But initially in this beginning of this interview here, she's pretty much telling us that she knew something was up immediately and something wasn't right. And I don't know exactly what she's hinting. I'm just going to say what I think she's hinting. And I think she's hinting that there's something going on amongst the sheriff department. I've always thought that from day one, they're covering something up. Somebody's being covering something up. And who is the mastermind? The biggest question is, who is the mastermind? I don't know. I really don't know. If I had a choice to pick out who the mastermind would be, I would honestly say Mr. No-No. That's just me. I've always thought that. I thought that, you know, if I'm pointing out the best person to cover up something, you know, in this particular situation, it would be somebody with a law enforcement background or just somebody in law enforcement, period. So it's either that or it's someone else that's been hired on. But it's still, at the end of the day, to me, it would still fall back on law enforcement, because law enforcement would have the sources to hire somebody that could pull off a job like this. That's just my take on it. I don't see anybody else being able to pull this job off without a certain background, rather than, you know, somebody who's really, really smart, and, you know, and that could easily be somebody else that's not, you know, law enforcement too. But there's just too many things that are telling, like the fact that they didn't see the blood. Remember the 911 dispatch call that Juanita Adame had played? And then after we all listened to it, nobody caught it but Monk's Intrigue, and he said that it sounded like Sheriff Daniels on one of the dispatch calls. Well, I think that was him. And the fact that she brought that up right now, when she mentioned the fact that Sheriff Daniels said it's a little late to give it a rest, was weird. That did not sit with me well. I'm watching this again. This is good. And if people haven't watched this, recommend this, because this is something people really need. People need to see this video. That's interesting. That is weird. That gave me the creeps. That's just weird. I'm actually going to get ready to check my front door in just a second, as a matter of fact. That's crazy, bro. That is, this case has been so quiet. I haven't felt like this in quite some time, because there's just been really not much rolling with this case. But I mean, everything lines up. I mean, to me, when you talk about RICOs that revolve around the sheriff, when you talk about the corruptions, what better lead would you possibly have that leads in that points in a different direction, that doesn't revolve around the department? To me, I just don't see it. And, you know, the fact that they wouldn't see blood, these guys have done how many cases? These guys have been at how many crime scenes? No sheriff saw any blood. At least they acted like they didn't see any blood, but they really saw the blood, and she said that they saw the blood. Nah. No way. There's no way they're not covering this up. There's no way. Absolutely no way. They're covering this case up for sure, without a doubt. Yeah, just weird. And you know, I don't think the DNA is anything at all. I've always thought that. I think the first DNA that Nanos was still, that he still had the DNA that went to Florida. Well, I think that's nothing. That's exactly why they weren't able to get anything from it. And I think that was just to prolong things. And I've said this for the longest. I think it's just to delay everything. And it did. And it did. And guess who else hasn't said anything about the DNA anyways? And according to people that, especially for people who deal with this type of stuff on a daily, said that should take about a month or two to get the DNA, the one that, Nanos had out in Florida that got sent to Quantico. Yeah, that one, the one with the glove or whatever. The other one, they won't even tell us about what they're looking into as far as the other DNA that they're supposed to be working a genealogy with. We just know that they didn't get a person in the database, and they were going to work a genealogy. If we don't have a person in the database, how could you even work a genealogy? That means we have a person. They're just not going to give us the name, or the names, because it came back to several people, not just one person. That's nothing either. I'm sorry. I don't think it's anything. I think what's going on is it's being covered up. No one's going to know until someone makes a big mistake. I think that's the only way at this point. Otherwise, somebody's going to come forward that does know, and they're going to give in and spill the beans. And that's going to crack the case and really open the door. And we're going to find out who really the mastermind is at the end of the day. But the fact that we haven't heard a peep revolving around the DNAs tells me that they don't really have anything. To me, it just tells me that they're struggling, on both. So I just think the DNAs are going to amount to nothing. I mean, it's just been too long, especially with the one that should have came back by now. And then it's very weird. Like she pointed out, we've only had the one press conference. And it was almost like Nanos was nervous to me because there's no press conference. We had the one, The stories kept changing. You know what happens when somebody's lying and they're not telling the truth, or they're trying to cover something up and it's just not the truth? Well, what happens is when you don't get the same story, this is why cops question people more than once, because they want to see if your story changes. Well, that's what's happening with Nanos. The story's changing every single time because he's probably nervous and he's probably worried about something coming back and biting him in the butt. And it almost did. And we're getting closer and we're going to figure it out one way or another. But this is crazy. This is just crazy to me. And everybody's entitled to what they think. You know, some people may not think he has anything to do with it. I've been in the neighborhood so much, so many times. This is the last thing I want to point out before I go here. I've been in this neighborhood so many times, spent many hours in the neighborhood, got to know most of the cops that were in the neighborhood at almost every hour, you know, besides the morning hours. But every day of the week, I've been in the neighborhood. There's not a day in the week that I haven't spent time in the neighborhood, and I'm meaning this on the specific days. So I can't say, oh, I've never went to Nancy Guthrie's on a Sunday. So whoever works those shifts that I've been there on, I've probably met almost every officer who works in that specific area who does cover Nancy's neighborhood in that area. Reason why I'm saying this is what's weird to me. This guy was the first guy there during, you know, this whole thing in the beginning of time. Now, does he have anything to do with it? I don't know. I have no idea. Can't say, don't know, don't even care. This guy is very weird to me. Very weird. Remember when I said that I didn't have, you know, when I was in fear for my safety, the day I was being arrested? Well, guess what? There was no filter. There was no nothing. Not a peep, nothing. We went slow as we could possibly go to the jail. He didn't give me a date for a court date. Something's off about that guy. When you sense it, you sense it. And I'm telling you right now, I'm a very observant guy. Very, very observant. I'm so observant, it would bother you sometimes. I'm not exactly as observant as I am on stream that I am in real life, but I'm telling you, when I smell it, I smell it. And something's off with that guy. That guy, something's off with that guy. And I've never seen that guy the whole entire time I've been at Nancy's house. So I'm just saying, I don't know for sure, but that guy is one of his little minions that he sicked on us, one of his little dogs that he sicked on us. And the other ones, I don't know. I can't call it. But there was no filter in that guy whatsoever. And I'm not going to make a big thing about the guy or anything like that, because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to even go down that road. I don't want to get myself in trouble. I don't even want to bring up his name. But I'm telling y'all right now, there's something, he did not care whatsoever. Whatsoever. And to be honest with you guys, where's the picture at? Where's the picture? But I mean, I think there should be some type of sense of, you know, some type of something, you know, when you're being wrongfully arrested. He didn't even say, he was one of the few that didn't even say, and by the way, these guys are young. He was one of the few that didn't even say, you know, that he was there. He was just doing what he was told to do. That wasn't even mentioned. I can guarantee you I mentioned at least 4 times that I was in fear for my safety, at least 4 times. And the only reason why I just immediately gave in, because I respect cops, and I'm not gonna ever resist in my life, because I don't ever have a reason to, and I'm never gonna put myself in that situation ever. But I already know, this little guy, he couldn't take me if he wanted to. I could probably take that guy with one hand, probably a couple fingers. I mean, and that's irrelevant. But they sensed that I was going to like resist or something, because he kind of jumped in the beginning, and he was like kind of worried that I was going to resist. And when I said, I'm not going to be non-compliant with you guys at all, then he calmed down. Then he just kind of, he was at ease, and then he was willing to let me get my stuff and do this and do that. He was. I kid you not. I kid you not. He was, as soon as I said I wasn't going to resist or anything like that, because I saw them pushing it in that direction, thinking that I was going to resist. That's, the moment that I said I wasn't going to do any of that, there was like a sense of relief. And you'll know when somebody's verbalizing something and they mean it. And they knew I was not joking, like I was really going to just respect all rules and comply. But that guy's weird. Something's wrong. And I'm telling you guys right now, when this is all said and done and over, Mr. No-No will be in prison. He's going to prison. There's no way. Absolutely no way. Everything that's happened, I don't even know why people, it bothers me when people say, oh, well, Sheriff Nanos he's just got a big ego. No, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm tired of even saying, I'm tired of even look, he has something to do with this. He has something to do with this. It's not about ego. This is not about ego. He's playing stupid. He's playing stupid. If you know how to forge if you know how to forge information, if you know how to cheat on a resume, if you know how to do certain things to bend the rules, if you know how to get in somewhere, you know what I mean? You're smart. You're not dumb. You're not dumb. But it seems like dumb can fool the dumb, but he can't fool me. He's not fooling me at all. Not at all. I can't stand when people say, look, yeah, it's just his ego, it's this, that, and they're like, no, just stop saying that. Just accept it for what it is. He's covering something up. He kept the FBI out for 4 days. For 4 days. For what? For what? He didn't want the Cajun Navy to help. Well, we've seen what they can do. We know what they're capable of. We know they would have dug up something. He didn't just keep the FBI out because he doesn't like them. That's not the case. I mean, people really have to stop overlooking this stuff. Like, there's really a real reason why somebody's doing stuff like this. It's a real, legitimate reason why he's acting the way he's acting. You're not going to just do that to do that because of ego. You don't do all these things for ego. I'm sorry. It doesn't work like that. People don't take advantage of certain things just because of ego. Not in this case. Not the way things have been taken advantage of in this case. No way. And everything, to me, his alibi checks out more than anybody else's, because guess what? The last time we checked, I think we heard he had a gambling problem, or I think we heard he went over on the budget. I think money has been an issue for the sheriff. So who better checks out than him? I mean, we keep going back to Eddie and Tommaso, but what about the guy who's leading this whole thing and who won't let it go, who has been not even somewhat effective whatsoever? He's not even going to let his foot off of the throttle, and he's not even doing anything. He's not even doing anything. He hasn't done anything, not a single thing at all. And we keep somehow going back to Annie and Tommaso, when in reality, the real person that's really money hungry is the sheriff. Did you not hear Chris and them on the interview room the other day when they were talking about the sheriff? When they brought up the fact that there's some RICO stuff going on? Do we even need to get into details about that? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here, but I think his alibi checks out more than anybody else's. I'm just not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Something's up with this guy. Anyways, guys, I appreciate everybody spending time with me here on the stream here. I appreciate everybody chiming in. Much love to all of you guys here. I appreciate the love and support. The trolls have been real. Shout out to all the trolls tuning in here as well. I appreciate all the trolls plugging in here. Much love. No DV from the juice. No, we don't need none of those. We don't need none of those at all. That would have probably been battery. You're talking about that. That would have been resisting arrest. All that. We don't need none of that. What I missed in chat. Yes, it is true. Go do the research. All of them have criminal records and domestic abuse in their past. Who's all of them? Who's all of who? Is that troll still trolling? What's going on? Oh my God. What is wrong with these folks tonight? Sheesh. Hey, much love for the $5 super chat there. Pull this up here because I want to read it. Pittsburgh, shouts Pittsburgh. Much love to you. And then Carol earlier had with the $5 super chat, a $50 super chat. And thanks to Ali. I know she's not here, but I appreciate her becoming a member. She said she was so happy to be here earlier. Mary says, "Thank you, Juice. I love your." Says, "I love your heart," and it says, "Stay cool." Shouts to Mary. I appreciate that a lot. Not only that, Carol said, "Thank you for always being." Thank you for always being the juice. Love your honesty and sense of humor. Law enforcement needs to give us some answers about Nancy. I could not agree more. And Pittsburgh Nurse says, "You're truly one of the kindest people I've ever met. I'm so sorry for the way you were treated. We stand with you always, man." Much love, Pittsburgh. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for being kind and thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that, man. Goes a long way. Is it C. Shelley? C. Shelley with the floating heart. And I appreciate that. Anywho, guys, on that note, wait, no, hold on. I think I missed something in chat. Let me go back here. Thanks for all of the jewels, by the way, too, guys. I appreciate that a lot. And good luck, Shauna. Yeah, I'll definitely say a prayer for you tonight as well. It's Angie. Shouts to Angie tuning in with me tonight as well. Christy says, "I can't wait for the live about Cameron and the 12 missing military men." Is the interview room covering that? Renee, thanks so much for tuning in. She says, "That's creator telling you to watch him." Good night, Juice. Good night, chat. Stay safe. Much love to you. Tara, good night, man. Guys, it's been a pleasure. Thank you guys all for chiming in with me tonight here. I will see you guys all in the next one. I just wanted to run through chat to make sure I didn't miss anything. Much love to you guys all, man. You guys all have a wonderful, blessed night. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Shout out everybody tuning in, guys. It's your boy, the Juice. See y'all on the next one, guys.
We won't bow down. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through. And I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block. Same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out.
Peace out, guys.
We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. driveway built on lawns. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about.
Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down.
Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, down, down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on lawns. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise